The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Would the House and Gallery please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by the chaplain.
Let nothing disturb you. Let nothing frighten you. All things pass. God does not change. Patience achieves everything. Whoever has God lacks nothing. God alone suffices. Christ has no body now on earth but yours, no hands but yours, no feet but yours. Yours are the eyes through which the compassion of Christ must look out on the world. Yours are the feet with which he is to go about doing good. Yours are the hands with which he is to bless his people. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Craig Goldman of Tarrant County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags. No running on the House floor, Mr. Goldman.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Please join us in the pledge to the flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
The chair now here excuses for absent members. Please excuse Ms. Flores because important missing in the district on the motion of Ms. Meza. Please excuse Mr. Anchia because important missing in the district on the motion of Mr. Turner. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. John Gusson from Richmond as the Doctor of the Day. Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 998, HB 1565, HJR 126.
Mr. Metcalf moves to dispense of the reading of referral bills until the end of today's business. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have two memorial resolutions. The chair recognizes Mr. Diallo for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, today we honor the memory of Andrew McCord Gilchrist. Andy was an accomplished attorney, a proud and tall Texan, and a beloved father, husband, and my friend since junior high school. Move to suspend the rules.
Members heard the motion. Objection, the chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The chair recognizes Mr. Diallo to explain the resolution.
Andy passed away on April the 21st at the age of 55. He led an unbelievably vibrant life. He was a big man who lived large in small moments. He was an avid outdoorsman, the life of the party, the star of the show, and the ultimate girl dad. He was devoted to his community and his faith. Most of all, Andy enjoyed the love and support of his wife, Laura, the love of his life, and he adored their daughters, Mackie and Ellie, his greatest accomplishments. Growing up, Andy was passionate about sports and the outdoors. In high school, he took our team to the state championship and earned all sorts of honors and awards. He earned a 4-year college scholarship to Rice University, where he was a 4-year starter and earned all sorts of awards there, including the Rice Male Athlete, an accomplished man. He went on to law school at SMU, earned his degree, and became a trial lawyer for a few years, being board certified and accomplished. He went on to go work at ExxonMobil as an in-house attorney for the next 22 years. His most recent position was general counsel for ExxonMobil Risk Management. Andy's family and friends gathered here just 2 days ago in a packed St. John's Episcopal Church in Houston to pay tribute to and celebrate Andy's life. Beautiful eulogies were delivered by family and friends, including his college teammate and dear friend, Glenn Youngkin, who referred repeatedly to Andy as my friend Andy. Today, the House of Representatives of the 88th Texas Legislature paid tribute to the memory of, to borrow Governor Youngkin's words, my friend Andy Gilchrist, and extend sincere condolences to all who mourn his passing. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'd like to recognize some of Andy's family, his beautiful wife, Laura, their daughters, Mackie and Ellie, his sister, Gail, his brother, Jeff, who are with us today in the gallery up here in the back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Craddock moves that all members name the resolution. Objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
If we could reduce to writing and place in the journal the comments of the representative on the motion.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Hull for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1479.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection, chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as you may know, a constituent of mine, Alan Vera, passed away yesterday here at the Capitol. I'm humbled to be bringing this resolution in his honor before the House when just yesterday he was here to participate in our proceedings. Alan was a great and dedicated leader in our Harris County party. In fact, just a few weeks ago, he and his wife, Colleen, were recognized by HCRP as Volunteers of the Year. He was a friend to many and could probably cite more election code than most of us have ever read. I know that many of my colleagues here knew Alan well, and I know some would like to say a few words. And I also believe some of his friends are in the gallery today. I believe James Buntrock and some others. If you're here, yes, we would like to recognize you. Thank you.
chair recognizes Ms. Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Alan and his wife, Colleen Vera, have been friends of mine for decades, and their hearts are just good, pure, and they spent so much time working toward election integrity, but also caring about other people, caring about adopting of dogs and just everyone. And we just appreciate them so much. This is my fourth term on elections, and I've worked with Alan Vera so long. No one has done more for election integrity, helping us pass good bills, design good bills, and fix bills that had problems than Alan Vera. We really owe it to him. He's had an effect on the entire state, but what a great man. And it was such a shock to find out yesterday morning in Elections Committee that he had died right here in the Capitol, where he had come to testify before our Elections Committee, doing what he loved to do. That was his passion, and we just will truly miss Alan Vera.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I first met Alan and Colleen when I became involved in politics and decided to run, and I have always been impressed by their quiet resolve, the fact that whatever issue it is that they were working on, whether it was the Harris County Department of Education or whether it was election integrity, it was always well-researched, well-informed, passionate, but calm, peaceful, and firm. I didn't know Alan for as long as Representative Swanson, but I know that he died doing what gave him great purpose in life, and that was protecting each person in the gallery and each person in our state's right to make sure that their vote would always be counted in an election. And that is what he lived for. He was a brave man. I know that he served with distinction and honor as an airborne ranger in the Vietnam War, had many combat jumps. He was not afraid of death. He was not afraid of challenges. He was not easily perturbed. He was not easily flustered. I would also say that one of my most favorite memories of Alan was that my first session, some of you may remember that we passed a bipartisan bill on election integrity. First and maybe only time that, at least according to the Texas Tribune, that had ever happened. My lead witnesses were the legal counsel for the Republican Party and the legal counsel for the Democrat Party. And basically what it involved was making sure that people in nursing homes would not have their votes harvested illegally by ballot harvesters. And it had broad bipartisan support. And friends, I'm here to tell you, that was Alan's baby. Alan Vera was the man behind that idea. He's the one that brought that from Wisconsin and said, we should do that here in Texas. There's nothing that we could do more to prevent ballot harvesting than protecting people in nursing homes from having their ballots stolen. So although that legislation did not get filed this session, it is my hope that in future sessions in his memory that the House will take that measure up in bipartisan fashion and finally get that across the finish line. I'm going to miss him dearly. My thoughts and prayers are with Colleen and his kids and his grandkids and his friends. And just Godspeed, my friend.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those of you who didn't know Alan, he'd get energized if you called him late at night and you were asking him numbers about a specific race. He might be sound asleep when he answered the phone, but when you asked him a question, he would just get energized about it. And we're going to miss him. God bless you, Alan.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've known Alan Vera and Colleen a long, long time, and we've worked together for many years. And the one thing that always stuck with me about Alan was that when he told me something, I knew he hadn't just thought of it. He had researched it assiduously, and by the time he told me, he knew it to be true and knew he could prove it. We were sharing our Alan Vera stories last night, and one of the ones that struck me and made me laugh was back when Jody Laubenberg was chairman of elections. Both Colleen and Alan would sometimes testify on the same bill, And Alan testified on the bill, and then when Colleen got called up, she said, well, I've got nothing left to say. Alan took all my stories. For the rest of the session, Chairman Laubenberg would not let Alan testify on a bill until Colleen had already testified on it. Colleen, we love you, we miss Alan, and our thoughts and prayers are with you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Who's next? No, Mr. Diallo is next, and then Mr. Paul.
Alan Vera was a patriot, a selfless man. He loved his community and was a good friend. Even in chaos, or at least what I perceived to be chaos, he was always calm. Maybe it was that military background. He was one of those guys that made you and inspired you to be better and more others focused. And he made me a better legislator, and it's been a blessing of mine to have been his friend and to see him every week in elections. This session was also a treat. Be able to celebrate his birthday during an elections meeting was also a treat. Miss you, Alan.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you can tell from all of us here in Harris County what Treasurer Alan was to all of us. In my 25 years of working with grassroots activities, I've known Alan for years, working in these fields. And election integrity was his field of choice to work to serve Texas, and he served Texas to make sure that elections were fair to all, to make sure that elections were consistent and worked with the law, to make sure that elections would work so that all could trust the results of those elections. And for that, I want to say thank you for his service. Thank you to him and Colleen both for their years of service. And I want to say that Texas thanks him for his service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson.
Even though I moved to Galveston a couple years ago to retire, I met Colleen and Alan 35 years ago, I think it was. And he's just always been a patriot. During COVID, he called and asked me, even though I had already moved to Galveston, he said, we need help in the Harris County hotline. He said, would you run it out of your laundry room in Galveston? So Dave and I did. We've served for years with both he and Colleen on the early voting ballot board. And he loved his dogs. He loved his grandchildren and his wife. And he was just a really precious person to both Dave and myself. And Colleen, you are in our prayers. We appreciate the sacrifice and the service that you've both given to this state.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are praying for all of Alan's family and friends, his wife Colleen, James. Thank you for being here today. And Mr. Speaker, I move to add all members' names and move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Dr. Oliver Sinnett moves add all members' names to the resolution. The objection chair has done so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider honorary resolution H.R. 1449.
Members heard the motion. Is objection chair has done so ordered. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1449 by Ramos, honoring Admiral David C. Tyson, Jr. of the Texas Navy for his contributions to the Richardson community.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a resolution to recognize one of my dear friends and active constituents, Mr. David Tyson, and his wife. He is here with us as well, Miss Linda Tyson. Mr. David Tyson is a dedicated member of my Action Steering Committee, which is all coming together in our neighborhood, Steering Committee for House District 102, that seeks to improve the lives of our community through engagement in the legislative process, as well as carrying out local outreach initiatives. Admiral Tyson was the first person of color elected to the RISD Richardson Independent School Board, serving from 2004 to 2010. During his tenure, he was a strong voice for minority views in the community and advocated powerfully for resources to enhance student achievement in schools in less affluent neighborhoods. As the first person of color elected for the Richardson Independent School District in its over 150-year existence, he's historical for us and for our community. In 150 years, Mr. David Tyson was the first person of color to serve in the Richardson Independent School District, despite over 70% minority student population. And our school district also encompasses the historical Hamilton Park, which has a very extensive history in the Dallas community. His bold vision and effective advocacy led to a number of key initiatives, including his successful voting rights lawsuit against the Richardson Independent School District, which led to the end of its at-large election process, to now having 5 single-member districts and 2 at-large districts. It's important for us in the community because now we have 4 minority members. The majority of the Richardson Independent School District are minority women, and that more accurately reflect the student population. The result of his lawsuits immediately allowed us to start electing individuals who actually reflect the community. David Tyson has made a lasting positive difference in Richardson, and his outstanding accomplishments have earned him the admiration and appreciation of area residents. He has also worked with me to begin the first NAACP chapter in our community. He is truly an inspiration and iconic in our community, and I'm very honored to work with him and to be able to recognize this admirable individual. So members, please join me in recognizing Admiral David C. Tyson, Jr., who is standing in the gallery with his wife. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Move adoption.
No question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. The objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Meza for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up for consideration H.R. 1446.
Members heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none. So ordered. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1446 by Meza, commending Isabel Azmuda for her service as a legislative intern in the Office of State Representative Terry Meza.
The chair recognizes Ms. Meza to explain the resolution.
I want to take a brief moment to recognize one of my interns on her last day. So staff, if you would stand with her there in the gallery, the back. This is for Isabel Azmuda, who served with distinction in my office, contributing her time, her talents, her expertise, and I would like to add her effervescence to serve House District 105. She's demonstrated outstanding professionalism. We'll miss her greatly in our office. She is a student at the University of Texas with her major in business administration. So I know all of you UT alum will be proud of her. And her parents live in Collin County, so I know my Collin County colleagues also have a right to be proud of her. So I request the House to take a moment to recognize Isabel's contributions and dedication to public service and wish her continued success in her future endeavors. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of resolutions. Objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today, I'd like to welcome a group from Houston called All Is Well Family. Houston, will you all please stand up and be recognized? And I have standing with me other reps who are right in y'all's neighborhood. Christina Morales here and Jolanda Jones, both fierce fighters for your cause. All Is Well Family Houston has a vision to save our children from bullying, and it includes cyberbullying, emotional abuse, and sexual abuse. They want to save our children from bullying one child at a time. They are committed to teaching children to step up for others so that others do not get stepped on. Thank you, ladies and kind folks, for being here today. Oh, I want to recognize a couple of names. Candace Lundy Nellum is the leader of the organization. We got the co-founders, Tykira Lundy and Waikira Lundy, y'all here. Thank you for coming to your Texas Capitol today.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to wish my wife, Debbie, a very happy Cinco de Mayo anniversary. This is 44 years she has been with me, and honey, if you're watching, I'll be home soon.
The chair is not advised. The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider the vote by which HB 4402 was postponed.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4402 to 10 a.m. on Monday.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, you should have a copy of today's items eligible calendar on your desk. If there is no objection, we will take these items up now. The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on Senate Bill 10.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. The chair hears the following conferees. The clerk read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 10: Bonin, Chair; Capriglione, Gervin Hawkins, Longoria, Van Dever.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to grant the request of the Senate to adopt a conference committee on Senate Bill 222.
Members of the motion, objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The following conferees, the clerk read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 222: Metcalf, Chair; Anchia, Cole, Harris of Anderson, Landgraf.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to grant the Senate's request for the appointment of a conference committee on SB 500.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following conferees, the clerk read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 500: Thompson of Harris, Chair; Darby, Harless, Hernandez, Kemple.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby for a motion.
I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on SB 1238.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The following conferees, the clerk read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 1238: Ashby, Chair, Bales, Cortez, King of Hemphill, Rose.
Members, we are going to begin today's supplemental House calendar in just a few minutes. If you have a bill, please be ready.
The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 30. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 30 by Moody relating to access to certain law enforcement, corrections, and prosecutorial records under public information law.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill closes what is known as the dead suspects loophole. Again, want to thank Chairman Burrows for his work on this issue and leadership on this issue. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 30. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes and 24 nays, the motion prevails. There being 113 ayes and the bill is finally passed. You're welcome. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5 by Hunter relating to agreements to create jobs and to generate state and local tax revenue for this state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I ask for your complete help. Vote Cinco on Cinco de Mayo. Move passage.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? Hearing none, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Speaker Phelan voting aye. Show Mr. Bernal voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes and 24 nays, House Bill 5 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4843. Just back up one moment. Mr. Canales.
Mr. Speaker, can we have Chairman Hunter's comments reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Motion passes. All right. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4843. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4843 by Holland relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of unlawful possession of a firearm by a person convicted of a felony.
Chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that increases the criminal penalty for gun felons. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4843. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes, 35 nays, House Bill 4843 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2231. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2231 by Guerin relating to eligibility of certain events for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 2231 just adds some events to the Major Events Fund. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2231. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes and 20 nays, House Bill 2231 is finally passed.
The chair lays out on third reading HB 392. The clerk will read the bill.
2 by Thompson of Harris relating to the date on which certain persons placed on deferred adjudication community supervision are eligible to file a petition for an order of non-disclosure of criminal history record information.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, when a person completes a deferred adjudication, this shortens the period of time that they can apply for expulsion. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 392. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 53 nay, HB 392 is finally passed. Chair lays out on second reading HB 905. Third reading, sorry, the chair lays out on third reading HB 905. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 905 by Moody relating to credit towards a defendant's sentence for time confined in jail or prison before sentencing.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Sometimes because paperwork isn't processed, someone that's in jail sitting, freedom deprived, is not given the credit they're supposed to get that they are entitled to. And so this says if you're sitting and you do the time, you get the credit. This is literally just making sure that if you're being deprived of your liberty, that that is being credited to you as part of the punishment. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 905. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 91 ayes, 51 nays, HB 905 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1009. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1009 by Turner relating to criminal history record information reviews of certain individuals providing services to individuals with an intellectual or developmental disability under Medicaid, providing an administrative penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that closes a background check loophole when it comes to protecting IDD individuals in group homes and other facilities. And I want to again thank Chairman Frank for his help in shepherding these bills through the Human Services Committee. And I want to move passage in honor of Joshua Moore, a young man who lost his life in a group home, who inspired this legislation and several others. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 1009. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1009 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3860. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3860 by Goldman relating to the liability of county tax assessor collectors for certain acts of deputies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill removes the liability for possession of metal plates from a tax assessor collector to an automobile dealer. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 3860. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 139 ayes, 2 nays, HB 3860 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4966. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4966 by King of Hemp Hill relating to law enforcement agency personnel records and the reporting of separations of license holders to the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemp Hill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill standardizes law enforcement personnel files and reforms the F5. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 4966. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King of Hemp Hill voting aye. Have all voted? There being 120 ayes, 21 nays, House Bill 4966 is finally passed.
The chair lays out on third reading HB 4444. The chair recognizes Mr. King of Validity to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 444 is the only number you need to know. And I want to thank, this bill was a carefully negotiated compromise between all the parties that are involved in the groundwater world over the years. And I want to thank everyone that came to the table and agreed on this language. House Bill 444 changes some definitions of waste and beneficial purpose that have been in the statute, some parts of them for 100 years, and they needed to be updated. Also, it cleans up an obsolete statute on artesian wells. and which isn't really relevant anymore. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4444. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Shows the King Valley voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 127 ayes, 17 nays. HB 4444 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4446. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4446 by Landgraf, relating to certain licensing and permitting requirements for game rooms, authorizing an occupational permit or license, authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have brought you House Bill 4446 after working with my friends at the Ector County Sheriff's Office. This helps to crack down on illicit game room operations. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4446. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 22 nays, HB 4446 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1680. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1680 by Howard, relating to the authority of certain minors to consent to Texas Home Visiting Program services and to the delivery of those services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1680 would clarify the law that allows minors to consent to health care services after they've had their baby, just as they were able to before they had their baby. And I want to thank Representative Hull for clarifying homeowners' rights in regard to the visitation programs. Move passage.
Please excuse Mr. Sherman because important business in the district on the motion. Ms. College, objection, chair has done so ordered. The question occurs on final passage of HB 1680. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 89 ayes, 56 nays. HB 1680 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4606. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4606 by Allen, relating to the operation of a juvenile justice alternative education program by a county department of education.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Dr. Allen's bill relating to the operation of a juvenile justice alternative education program by the county department of education. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4606. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes, 59 nays. HB 4606 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4635. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4635 by Guillen, relating to organized crime, racketeering activities, and collection of unlawful debts, providing a civil penalty, creating criminal offenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this provides law enforcement officials with more tools to prosecute those who engage in criminal activity as part of a larger organization or enterprise, and move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4635. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 112 ayes, 24 nays. HB 4635 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 5174. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5174 by Bonin, relating to the establishment and administration of the Texas Semiconductor Innovation Consortium.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Texas has been a key player in semiconductors since the early 50s, but renewed effort is needed to maintain our state's edge into the 21st century. I do not. Competition among nations and states for the semiconductor supply chain is a unique crossroads, and the Texas CHIPS Act will ensure we remain a key player in research, development, and manufacturing. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 5174. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes, 17 nays. HB 5174 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4054. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4054 by Goldman, relating to prohibited relationships between holders of certain alcoholic beverage licenses and permits.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill defines excessive discounts. I move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of HB 4054. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 4 nays. HB 4054 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4075. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4075 by Romero, relating to the regulation of certain occupations by the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council, authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 4075 will update and streamline the licensing process for out-of-state applicants applying for marriage and family therapist license. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4075. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 141 ayes and 2 nays. HB 4075 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4309. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4309 by Niave Criado, relating to prohibiting certain non-disclosure confidentiality provisions in employment agreements.
The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank Representative Angie Chair Button, Chairwoman Button, and this is a narrowly tailored legislation to ensure that individuals are not prohibited from working with law enforcement in sexual assault and sexual harassment cases. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4309. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Niave Criado voting aye. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 111 ayes, 34 nays, HB 4309 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3418. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3418 by Canals, relating to the implementation by the Texas Department of Transportation of a vehicle mileage user fee pilot program and a task force to assist in developing and evaluating the program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that we talked about yesterday. It's a pilot program, completely voluntary, that may help us fund transportation to the future, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3418. This is the record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes, 46 nays, HB 3418 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3297. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3297 by Harris of Anderson, relating to the elimination of regular mandatory vehicle safety inspections for non-commercial vehicles and the imposition of replacement fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill to finally do away with mandatory vehicle inspections. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3297. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris of Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes, 40 nays, HB 3297 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2735. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2735 by King of Uvalde, relating to security required before filing suit against a groundwater conservation district.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. This is House Bill 2735. That is an attempt to limit the frivolous and unnecessary lawsuits filed by third-party protestants against landowners that are trying to get a permit to pump groundwater. It only applies to the third-party protestants. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2735. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King of Uvalde voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes, 52 nays, HB 2735 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2800. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2800 by Paul, relating to meetings of a county election board.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a simple transparency bill for county election board meetings. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2800. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2800 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2827. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2827 by Burns, related to the permitting of and performance of annual soil tests for certain concentrated animal feeding operations by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill relates to the permitting.
Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Guerin, for what purpose?
Would Mr. Burns yield for a couple of questions?
Mr. Burns, yield for some questions.
Yes, sir.
He does yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Burns. As you mentioned yesterday, the public can still comment on a general permit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that under the current individualized permits, the affected public is required to be notified, but under a general permit, this notification is not required? Is that correct?
Under an individual permit, they are required to be notified. Under a general permit, when there are changes, there is public notice given and posted on TCEQ's websites.
But it's not the same notification that is required under an individualized permit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. If the public does somehow find out about the permit and made comments,
and TCEQ wanted to make a change, since it's a general permit, it will affect all dairies. Is that not correct? It won't just affect that one.
No, not necessarily, because each individual dairy still, while they're under general permitting, we're not changing the TMDL requirements, which are tailored, and the nutrient management plans for each individual dairy are tailored to each individual dairy. So let's not forget, the TMDL requirements stay in place, and that is what's responsible for keeping the lake and the river clean. The permitting is being streamlined slightly, but it doesn't change any of the requirements or remedies available to TCEQ to ensure that the water remains safe.
It's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but if TCEQ makes a change, it makes a change for all dairies under this, is my understanding. And if I'm wrong, please tell me so.
Well, I don't believe that to be the case, because again, while they have general permitting, they still have individual nutrient management plans and goals they must accomplish.
And yesterday, when we were discussing this, you said TCEQ can still do everything that it currently does, but your bill analysis provided by the TCEQ says the bill would require rulemaking to modify existing agency rules to align with the bill's requirement, as well as to require modifications to existing CAFO general permit. Is that correct?
Correct. It would allow for that. It would require that. However, in subsection F of the bill, we say that this bill does not limit the Commission's authority to include in a general permit under this chapter the provisions necessary to protect the water resource. And
this law has been in effect since 2001, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the dairies are operating very well under that, or they seem to be. But this bill repeals the section that requires a dairy operator to take action to reduce phosphorus in a field that tests over 500 parts per million. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. But it keeps in place a much stronger and more delicate test at 200 parts per million, which is a much finer test.
Are you aware that there are dairies in this watershed that have fields that are testing that high?
I'm not aware of any.
Did you know that the TCEQ public records show that 5 dairy fields in the watershed test over 500 parts per million, and another 11 dairy fields are extremely close? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. However,
it's very easy to find on TCEQ's website, which you keep referring to.
TCEQ has the ability to change it, to do whatever they've got to do under their authority to get those dairies in compliance.
And I think that they have the ability to do that under current law, but by moving these to a general permit, I think that you're destroying their ability to do that. And I guess you and I are going to disagree on that.
Yes, sir. Unfortunately,
I just think this is bad legislation for something that's been in effect for over 20 years that seems to be working and has improved the quality of the water in Lake Waco. Is that not correct? Substantially.
The TMDL program specifically has impacted and had a good impact. In fact, I call it a great success story. We've accomplished the goals of the program. So rather than rolling the program completely out of existence because the goals have been accomplished, the dairies, and I believe in good faith, have agreed, let's keep the program in place. Let's just streamline the permitting, even though the goals have all been met. And so we're not trying to change the regulation. Again, I wouldn't have even considered filing the bill if I thought it would have a negative impact on the watershed.
Well, I believe that taking the notification and by going to general permit, I guess my question is, you don't think that that's going to change the water quality in the area at all? Then is that what you're saying?
I honestly do not. No, sir, I do not.
Well, I appreciate that, and I know you're sincere in what you're saying. I just believe that we have a plan in place that's working. I don't know why in the heck we'd want to change that. Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Thank you.
Ms. Lawson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? He yields for questions.
Yes, sir.
Representative Burns, you and I are in adjoining districts, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that your bill has a direct impact on Erath County where I live?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the mid-90s to early 2000s when many of our dairies moved off and out of state?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware that in the early 2000s, the remaining dairies made drastic changes to their operations?
Yes, ma'am, they did, as did the cities.
And they did so specifically to comply with some concerns about groundwater and runoff in the Bosque River.
Absolutely, yes.
I greatly appreciate you bringing this bill. I believe that the time has come, that we have a lot of good actors, and I thank you and appreciate this.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for a couple of questions.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields.
Thank you, Representative Burns. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things from your dialogue with Speaker Guerin a minute ago. So, is it not correct that the TMDL, the maximum daily load, will have to change because of this bill?
No. Well, yes, to comply with an individual permit, there were three changes. One that has to do with the mandatory day of training, the third-party sampling that we talked about all this yesterday, and that 500 parts per million, while keeping the 200, the more finite test in place. However, the TMDL program remains in place, and the authority of the TCEQ remains in place to put all of those things and more back in should they need to be brought back in order to bring, if there's ever a problem down the road.
Right. So the answer is yes. It remains in place, but it will have to change, correct?
Slightly, yes.
Okay, thank you. And yes or no, is the Bosque River watershed still impaired per the 2022 analysis?
Yes, Bosque River watershed is impaired. In fact, a majority of the rivers in the state are impaired. It's not impaired because of phosphorus levels, which are from the dairies. It's impaired because of other impurities, because anytime, if you want to kind of look at what the definition of impaired is, if it's got too much or too little of anything in it, it's impaired.
But certainly you would agree that as it relates to phosphorus, the situation has improved over the last 20 years because of actions taken by the legislature back in 2001. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And this bill would undo some of those changes?
This bill would make changes to that. It would change the permitting part only, but not the actual regulations that are in place that actually work and keep these dairies in compliance with the requirements to keep the watershed clean.
Thank you.
Dr. Rogers, for what purpose?
Yes. Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields.
So, are there other dairy sheds in Texas that are where the dairies are individually permitted rather than receiving a group permit?
There may be. I'm not aware.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Are you aware that I've been a veterinarian for about 43 some odd years and is specialized in livestock enterprises where we look at not just the cattle but also the environment, and that's a big part of a production medicine type veterinary experience that I've had. Are you aware of that?
I am now.
Okay. Well, do you think that I, as a veterinarian that is concerned about livestock populations and environmental quality and contamination of water, do you think I would ever vote for a bill that I felt like was going to adversely affect water quality?
I don't think you would.
Thank you. I believe you have a great bill.
Thank you, sir. Move passage.
The chair recognizes Dr. Anderson in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, members. Take just a moment. I appreciate your time here. There is no other dairy system in the state that has the individual permitting. This was set up by this body, by the legislature in 2001 because of pollutants that were going on at that time, which caused real problems with the taste and smell of water in Lake Waco. Nobody's trying to shut down any dairies. We're supporting dairies. They're all prospering well in the Bosque River area. There's 77,000 cattle there, which is more than been there for many, many years. And this is not trying to run off the dairies. We support the dairies. There's 350 dairies statewide. This is about 40 in this watershed. About 20 may be impacted by this. But so we're supporting agriculture, supporting dairies and the product that they produce. But let me say that if your city or your town is going to have a landfill project, they have to have a permit. They have to go by the permit. Yes, it is somewhat restrictive, and yes, it is maybe costly, but that's important for the entire community and for your neighbors. If you're going to have a water treatment plant, the same thing. You have to set up the permitting. You have to follow that, and it is costly and a little bit of distraction there. Same here. These folks, this is a unique area, this watershed that runs right down in North Bosque, runs right down to Lake Waco. There's 220,000 people that this is their primary water supply. In Waco, the African American Chamber of Commerce is very much against this bill. The Hispanic Chamber of Commerce is very much against this bill. The Waco, Greater Waco Chamber is very much against this bill. It does remove individual permitting. On this bill we're talking about here, 2827, does remove individual permitting. It does reduce public input. The folks along the river have formed a coalition to have voice in what's happening. This would impair that. It does reduce the soil testing, particularly on third-party fields. That's super important to look for phosphorus. And it does reduce the response plan requirement. Currently, under the current legislation set up by this legislature, if there's a problem there with particularly phosphorus, they have to develop a plan to improve that. This removes that plan. So in short, members, it's just premature to remove a system that's working and has been working for 20 years.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been working for 20 years, and I ask you to vote no on this bill. Vote no. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burns to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let me leave you with this. This is the result of one of the Speaker's interim charges to our Ag Committee that we followed through with when I was chairman of the committee. I wouldn't have filed the bill if I thought it was going to pollute the water of my neighbors and the folks that I've represented for almost 10 years. The bill keeps in place the rules and the regulations and the ability of TCEQ to monitor and regulate these dairies in this watershed. And the bill specifically says it doesn't limit the Commission's authority to include in a permit under this chapter provisions necessary to protect the water resources of this state. Thank you for your attention on this. I would ask for you to vote yes on this bill, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2827. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Dr. Anderson has asked for strict enforcement. Please vote from your desk. Have all members voted? There have been 80 ayes, 53 nays. HB 2827 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3286. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3286 by click relating to certain state programs and duties regarding the provision of prescription drugs, including through the Medicaid vendor drug program and the Child Health Plan program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 3286 will protect Medicaid patients by preventing a medication for which they've been stable from being switched because of changes to the preferred drug list. Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by click.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the amendment.
Members, this is just a technical correction for a drafting error. It is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Click sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Click to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3286. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bell. Show Ms. Click voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes, 0 nays. HB 3286 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1105. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1105 by Price, relating to the administration of a medication and the ordering and administration of an immunization or vaccination by a pharmacist.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1105 allows pharmacists to do what pharmacists have been doing for 3 years, and I move
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a handful of questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you so much, Mr. Price. And I have the utmost respect. We talked about this yesterday. I wanted to ask a few questions before we vote. With this bill, if someone already had a chicken pox vaccine, might a pharmacy not know that compared to a doctor?
It's hard. It's a hypothetical. I suppose that could happen, but I don't know how to answer that question.
And also, I don't believe that a pharmacy tech or a pharmacy might not know that the individual already had a chicken pox, had the chicken pox itself. Could that be a possibility?
Well, there are forms that they sign when they come in, parental consent, for instance, for minors, and then a history, and so they are supposed to indicate on that if they've had it. So if they fill out the form incorrectly on the consent form, it's possible someone wouldn't know, but I believe they would know if it's filled out correctly.
And are you aware the federal government's paid out $5 billion to date to compensate victims of vaccine adverse events, with more payouts in FY22 than any other since the program? Were you aware of that?
I am not aware of that, and I don't know that that's solely for childhood routine immunizations.
You're exactly right. It's not just for childhood, it's overall.
Okay.
And then I have two more questions. Are you aware that the federal VAERS system shows over 3,000 reports of adverse events in the 3 to 14 age group in Texas in the last 3 years?
I am not aware of that.
And lastly, do pharmacists typically have access to full patient medical history or medical records or emergency visits like a doctor would when they give these vaccines?
The records are definitely different, yes.
Okay. Do you think that could cause some issues like double vaccinations or anything like that?
I don't believe it could.
Okay, thank you for answering my question, sir.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
If the gentleman would yield for a couple questions.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I yield for questions.
Thank you, Representative. So I believe in vaccines. I took the COVID vaccine. I'm not an anti-vaxxer by any stretch of the imagination, but does this bill just open it up to where they can give all vaccines?
No.
Okay, what vaccines are they going to now be able to give under your bill?
So what the bill does, Representative, is it gives the ability for the pharmacist to administer the CDC and FDA-approved childhood immunizations that are recommended, that are routine, for instance, like Tdap, measles, mumps, polio, the flu, just like they've been doing for the last 3 years under the PrEP Act at ages 3 and up.
So does this include like rotavirus, smallpox, chickenpox, yellow fever, all of those?
I'd have to go through the list to see if everything you just named is on the recommended childhood routine immunizations, but if they are, then yes, it would.
So when you say routine childhood immunizations, are those the ones that they would get from their family physicians, not at birth? Because
They
I know
can,
at birth,
but they
when
don't have to. It's not limited to that, but for instance, it's what they would be required to receive if they're going to school.
So I've got 5 babies, and so whenever they're born, they've got a whole bunch of vaccines right there at the hospital, and they don't leave without them. There's those. And then are you talking about childhood vaccines only in this bill?
Yes.
Okay. And so does your bill list in particular the types of childhood vaccines they would be getting?
It lists at the back of the bill the immunizations that are approved. I mean, it doesn't list them by name. It says the ones that are approved by the CDC and FDA approved.
So, and that's only childhood vaccines, let me rephrase that. Childhood vaccines approved by the CDC, which means any vaccine that a child could take that's approved by the CDC, not necessarily childhood.
And recommended.
And recommended. Does that include, and I know you don't have the list, does that include hepatitis, flu, polio?
Yes.
Okay. What about a rabies vaccine? Could they do that? Okay. Whooping cough vaccines?
Yes.
Okay. What about a human papillomavirus?
I'm not sure about the HPV.
Okay. Shingles?
I don't know of a single time that a child is recommended to take a shingles vaccine. This only applies to
I don't
ages
know
3
either.
and up.
That's what's since there's not a particular list.
It
I'm
is,
just
the
concerned.
list exists. It's just not listed by name of the vaccine. So if you look to the back of the bill, you'll see the section of the bill that has the, on page, on the page 5 of the bill, authorized or approved, you'll see under subsection 1 by the U.S. FDA, or listed in the routine immunization schedule recommended by the Federal Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices published by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and ordered or administered in accordance with the Federal Advisory Committee on Immunization Practice vaccine-specific recommendations. So those are recommendations that are available, printed, and determinable. We just don't list them by name in the actual legislation.
I would respectfully, and I know I'm not asking you to, is if anybody in your office might be able to help me get a list of those, because I'd like to know what that actually means. Because
I'm sure we can get that list to you.
I appreciate it. I thank you for answering the questions.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1105. All in favor say aye. Pardon me. The record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Price voting aye. Mr. Cortez voting aye. Ms. Click voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes, 33 nays, HB 1105 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 636. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 636 by Patterson, relating to the applicability to election judges of a prohibition on the carrying of a handgun at a polling place.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is that bill that we passed yesterday about election judges carrying firearms. They can already do so on Election Day. We're going to allow them to do it during early voting, and we have an acceptable amendment by Mr. Romero.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
The chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I want to thank Representative Patterson for clarifying that when the election judge brings the firearm into these locations, that the handgun is concealed. Move adoption.
Mr. Romero sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author of the objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 636. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 95 ayes, 50 nays, HB 636 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 33. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 33 by Landgraf, relating to the enforcement of certain federal laws regulating oil and gas operations within the state of Texas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Texas Energy Independence Act to help prevent federal overreach in Texas. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 33. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes, 44 nays, HB 33 is finally passed. Is Mr. Moody on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on third reading HB 1385. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1385 by Moody, relating to access to criminal history record information by county offices providing pretrial release services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill simply cleans up a technical problem where counties were not able to gather information that they had previously been able to get because of a new interpretation of the law. So cleared that up in this bill, and I move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of HB 1385. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes, 1 nay. HB 1385 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1879. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1879 by Darby, relating to the provision of counseling services by certain providers under Medicaid and reimbursement for those services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows master-level behavioral health providers to be reimbursed accordingly. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1879. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 115 ayes, 27 nays, HB 1879 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1896. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1896 by Guillen, relating to civil and criminal liability for the unlawful disclosure or promotion of intimate visual material.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this helps address the growing issue of revenge porn by prohibiting AI applications from modifying intimate visual material featuring individuals who did not consent to the modification, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1896. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voting? There have been 143 ayes, 2 nays. HB 1896 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2265. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2265 by Leach, relating to the award of compensatory damages caused by certain delays under governmental construction contracts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about fairness and transparency and government contracting. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2265. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 136 ayes, 8 nays. HB 2265 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2350. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2350 by Harris of Anderson, relating to the authority of a political subdivision to regulate certain activities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill eliminating duplicative licenses by cities. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2350. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris of Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes, 54 nays, HB 2350 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2534. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2534 by Turner, relating to the confidentiality of working papers and electronic communications of administrative law judges and appeal judges under the workers' compensation system.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill just creates a narrowly tailored exception for draft work product for administrative law judges to keep those records confidential. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2534. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 145 ayes, 0 nays. HB 2534 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2443. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2443 by Harris of Anderson, relating to the authority of certain persons to petition a groundwater conservation district to change certain rules.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill gives landowners the right to petition their groundwater conservation districts. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2443. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris of Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes, 0 nays. HB 2443 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2616. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2616 by Vasut, relating to the operation of and lighting equipment for medical examiner vehicles and vehicles operated by justices of the peace in certain circumstances.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows medical examiners and justices of the peace to utilize emergency lights on their vehicles while executing their duties as a coroner in order to efficiently and safely respond to the scene of a fatality. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2616. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 139 ayes, 2 nays. HB 2616 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2291. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2291 by Slauson, relating to the carrying or possession of a handgun by certain retired judges and justices.
The chair recognizes Ms. Slauson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows judges to with a concealed carry license to continue to carry in retirement just like when they're active judges. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2291. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Slauson voting aye. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 130 ayes, 15 nays. HB 2291 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1833. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1833 by Shaheen, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of criminal mischief involving a public power supply.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1833 is intended to deter individuals from damaging key electrical power supplies in Texas. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1833. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 140 ayes, 1 nay. HB 1833 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1794. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1794 by Schaefer, relating to funding for the University of Texas at Tyler School of Pharmacy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill helps train pharmacy students in East Texas. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1794. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting aye. Have all members voted? There There being 128 ayes, 10 nays, HB 1794 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1528. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1528 by Smith, relating to the magistration proceedings for criminal defendants and the retention of related records for services and representation provided to indigent criminal defendants and indigent juveniles, and to the governance and administration of the Texas Indigent Defense Commission.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill provides important changes recommended by the TIDC, which I am a member of. This is truly about justice. Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1528. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Mr. Smith voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes, 7 nays, HB 1528 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3867. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3867 by Busey, relating to requirements regarding certain behavior management for a student enrolled in a special education program of a public school and related reporting requirements regarding the use of restraint.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3867 would direct public school personnel to perform a mental and physical health wellness check for students enrolled in special ed after an incident of physical restraint. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3867. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes, 16 nays, HB 3867 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3827. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3827 by Lambert, relating to the regulation of earned wage access services required in an occupational license, providing an administrative penalty, imposing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday that provides the framework under OCCC to regulate earned wage access businesses. These services provide short-term liquidity for families who live paycheck to paycheck and help keeps them from incurring excessive debt with predatory lenders. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3827. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Have all members voted? So Mr. Johnson Harris voting aye, Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes, 52 nays, HB 3827 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3136. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3136 by Campos, relating to the issuance by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs of certain federal forms for purposes of allocating low-income housing tax credits, authorizing an administrative penalty.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill expedites issuance of IRS Form 8609 by TDHC to within 120 days. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3136. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 112 ayes, 31 nays, HB 3136 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3462. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3462 by Noble, relating to the consolidation of Ombudsman Program administered by the Health and Human Services Commission.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill consolidating and streamlining HHSC's ombudsman statutes. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3462. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes, 3 nays, HB 3462 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4447. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4447 by Cook, relating to impoundment, storage, and notification fees for vehicles stored at vehicle storage facilities, authorizing fee increases and decreases, requiring the adjustment of authorized fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thanks, Speaker. House Bill 4447 supports hardworking road warriors. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4447. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes, 15 nays, HB 4447 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 698. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 698 by Niave Criado, relating to the remote participation of certain persons in a proceedings for the issuance or modification of a protective order.
The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a solution from a speaker interim charge endorsed by the Texas Council on Family Violence, and move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 698. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Shows Ms. Niave Criado voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes, 21 nays, HB 698 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 380. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 380 by Busey, relating to the Secretary of State posting on the Secretary of State's internet website databases containing certain information about elections.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 380 would improve transparency and accessibility for voting by requiring the creation of 2 databases on the Secretary of State's website that would include comprehensive election information. Good transparency bill. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 380. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Busey voting aye. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 111 ayes, 34 nays, HB 380 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 5311. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5311 by Toth, relating to the creation and operation of a development zone by and the tax revenue received by the Woodlands Township, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to post assessments and taxes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Toth to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, this is the mixed beverage consumption tax for the Woodlands Township. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 5311. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Toth voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes, 30 nays, HB 5311 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 5264. The clerk will read the bill.
Or by Bowers, relating to the adoption and use of certain performance indicators to measure and evaluate career, school, or college programs.
The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 5624 establishes oversight to the quality and standards of training. It will protect students from making sure that they are not wasting any money or time and other resources on subpar programs, and it will not cost the state anything. It's the bill and amendment we passed yesterday. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 5264. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes, 25 nays, HB 5264 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3323. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3323 by Goodwin, relating to the food system security and resiliency planning.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that will create the Food Security and Resiliency Planning Council. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3323. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 92 ayes, 49 nays. HB 3323 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3439. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3439 by A. Johnson of Harris, relating to veterinary services performed on certain animals in the care of a releasing agency.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
This is our bill that makes it no longer illegal for releasing shelters to provide care for those who are low income. Again, we want to thank our vets on the floor for supporting the bill. We move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3439. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 108 ayes, 33 nays, HB 3439 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3137. The clerk will read the bill.
37 by Isaac, relating to prohibited local regulation with respect to a firearm or air gun.
The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this bill will prohibit requiring owners of a firearm to obtain liability insurance. I believe there is an unacceptable amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by J. Johnson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson of Harris to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment just simply strikes the enacting clause. At the end of the day, by striking the enacting clause, myself, like many of you, are gun owners. I believe in the Second Amendment. I understand the responsibility that comes along with possessing a firearm. This body used to fight for local rights, fight for local municipalities to govern themselves based on the needs of their communities. And we must not preempt municipalities from the governance based on what is needed or what has happened over 1,600 miles away from Texas. I myself, like many of you, used to be either a mayor or a city council. And at no point would we want any state legislator to come into our city and tell us what we should do for our own constituents. This has nothing to do about protecting the Second Amendment rights. It has everything to do about protecting citizens in their respective communities. No one in this state would want the federal government to tread on you. We don't want the federal government to tell us what to do, but there are laws that are involved, and this is
Mr.
a
Speaker.
country
Ms. Hinojosa,
of
for what
law
purpose?
and order.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for a
Sure.
question. The gentleman yield for
Representative-
questions. He yields for questions.
Representative Johnson, let me understand the motivation behind your amendment. Is what you're saying that this legislation is unnecessary because we don't have instances in our great state where this is a problem?
Right. There's no city in this state has tried to enact this law. And like I asked the author yesterday, if we were actually legislating nothing, it pretty much is what we're doing. We're legislating nothing that is there. And when we do things like this, I think we're overstretching or overusing our powers. It was also said that this is the Second Amendment, this was to protect, I think the words were, against a tyrannical government. We ourselves are becoming that tyrannical government. We ourselves as a body in this state have decided that we want to go into cities that did not ask us to help, that did not ask to support, and we are telling them what they can and cannot do. That in itself is an overreach of power. And I want people to understand this. This bill is not bracketed. I know most of you have recognized that bills have been bracketed for Harris County. This bill is not bracketed for Harris County. This bill is bracketed for the entire state. So all of your city council members, and when I talk to many of you, you always say, oh, I have to check with my mayor, or I need to check with my sheriff, or I need to check with my council member. Well, right now, today, you're enacting a law, if you vote for this, that simply says your mayor and your city council no longer matters. Their voice and their power no longer matters. This is an all-out attack on local control. Allow mayors and city council members to make a decision that is in the best interest of their communities.
And Mr. Johnson, do you have a problem with gun violence, an epidemic of gun violence in Harris County like we do in counties all over this state and country?
Gun violence is the #1 killer of children in this state at this time. There's a lot of talk about fentanyl that's coming over, but the #1 killer of children are guns. And we, at some point,
Mr. Speaker,
for the community's respect and for the
Mr. Toth,
community,
for what purpose?
that
Will the gentleman
particular
yield for some
community-
questions?
Not right now.
Not at this moment.
For those respective communities, allow them to make the decision that is going to be in the best interest of themselves. Because in every city, cities are different. Not every city is the same. Small, big, so we have to look at cities and how they are created and how they're governed. Just like we as a state, we're different from other states. So what is good for one side is not good for the other. And so it's not one size fits all. So I think it's important that while we want to protect Second Amendment rights, believe me, I want to protect my Second Amendment right to be able to possess a gun. But this bill does not take anybody's gun from them. This bill does not stop anybody from getting a gun. It just simply tells city councils, county commissioners, that they cannot make a decision that their constituents ask them to make. I'll yield.
Mr. Toth, he yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Johnson, you acknowledge that there's gun violence in our cities. Yes or no?
Are you asking me?
Yes. You have acknowledged.
Sure.
You've acknowledged as well that you respect the Second Amendment rights of all Texans. Is that true?
Not all Texans, but yes.
Okay, well,
nor do
law-abiding
you.
citizens.
None of us say
would you
every
acknowledge,
Texan
correct,
deserves a gun.
I stand corrected, but you would acknowledge that law-abiding citizens deserve the right to carry.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, can you also acknowledge and understand how what you're proposing, what Representative Isaac is trying to prevent, would be discriminatory towards poor Texans? They will not have the right, they will not have the money, they will not have the means to carry this insurance.
So carrying insurance is not prohibitive or an impediment to owning a gun. Because if your notion that insurance is an impediment to you owning a gun, it's the same as saying the cost of the gun is as an impediment to owning a gun. And
Do you not
therefore,
understand, though,
all
how
of the
a poor
manufacturers,
person will
hold
not be
on,
able
we're
to
not going to
protect
talk over
themselves?
each other. So therefore, if the cost of insurance is an impediment to owning a gun, then the cost of the gun is also that same impediment.
So
I
poor
would
people
encourage
should not be able to
the
protect
NRA,
themselves. Is that what
instead
you're
of spending
saying?
millions of dollars to get legislators to lobby on behalf of them, why don't they go ahead and just start giving guns away? Why don't the manufacturers just give guns away if that's going to be the case? So let's make sure that we don't use things to our benefit when we think that it is great to say, oh, we're trying to protect poor people. No, we're not trying to protect poor people. What we're trying to do is to make sure that we just make guns readily available and no one can be governed on how to use, carry, store, or operate their weaponry that is a killing machine.
So what you're basically saying, though, is that if you have a gun in inner city Houston or Dallas or anywhere in a community, that non-law-abiding citizens are going to stop and get liability insurance?
What?
That doesn't make sense to you. What you're saying is that cities shouldn't be allowed or disallowed to implement a policy.
First of all, let me say this. I am from Houston, Harris County, Acres Homes, the FOFO, as it is always affectionately referred to. Not one person from my district, since you want to use my district, has come to me and said, hey, Rep, we don't want insurance on guns. Hey, Rep, we don't want, that's not what it's being said.
No one could ever imagine that we would be imposing the requirement to have insurance for a gun.
If my constituents had a problem with that, because guess what I just said? There is no legislation being offered right now to make sure that everyone has to carry insurance.
And if Representative Isaac's bill goes into effect, that never will happen, which is why we need to pass this.
Nothing.
Thank you.
Again, members, I'm asking that you take into consideration, put aside this party line stuff. This is the protection of your community. This is the protection of your city. This is the protection of your mayor, your city council, your sheriff department. Let us stop legislating things that are not there.
Mr.
No
Speaker.
one is treading
Ms. Ramos, for
on
what
your
purpose?
rights.
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Jarvis, I'm reading the bill, and as the bill reads, and one of the things that the author discussed yesterday about, I don't know, California and her Texas and the Second Amendment, this bill does not say anything about ownership of a gun, right?
It does not.
So it has nothing to do with owning a gun.
It does not.
Okay, and so for clarity, were you aware that we have over 1,200 cities in Texas?
I do now.
Okay, so what this bill is saying, in these over 1,200 cities in Texas, with citizens from all over the state, if those...
Gentleman's time's expired.
Will you extend your, Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield the time?
Is there
a request?
Extending time, yeah.
Please extend your time.
The gentleman's time's extended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in these over 1,200 cities, what this bill essentially is saying that none of their voices matter in those communities because they will be prohibited for making local decisions, local control decisions to protect their own communities, correct?
That is right. And in much like that, if we start legislating things that are not there, if we start saying, okay, well, we know that there is no bill currently being offered or ordinance or a law in any of these senators or currently being offered, but what we're going to do is to make sure that we put forth a bill here in this state that makes sure you never can legislate, even before it even happens. So this is a dangerous precedent that we're going to start. Because if we go to West Texas and start saying, hey, we're going to start building a dam to cut off water supply because we don't want these feral hogs or whatever. But there is no problem with feral hogs out there. So why would we start doing things that are not necessary? This is an extremely dangerous precedent that we will start because there is not one city that I have, and I'm on Homeland Security, not one city has come to me and said, we need to enact a law that protects us from our Second Amendment rights. There's not one citizen, constituent, organization that has said, we want to protect ourselves from future potential, possibly, maybe, legislation that California, that's over 1,700 miles away from here, has done, and so therefore we want to do it here. Because when you legislate nothing, then you are doing a disservice to your constituents and to this state. And right now, we're taking away power, control, and authority from local communities. I can't say that enough. Because I'm not going to go into anyone's home because none of us would appreciate somebody coming in our home and legislating what goes on in our own home. It's the same way no mayor or city council wants me from Houston, Texas, as a state legislator, to regulate something that is down in the valley that has nothing to do with me, or something in East Texas or West Texas or North Texas. That has nothing to do with me because no one has come to me to talk to me about legislation that is not even necessary.
So in this legislation that no community has said they want, in a state with over 30 million people, in a state with over 1,200 cities, this specific legislation, HB 3137, does not infringe on anybody's right to purchase a gun, right? Or any arm, right? To bear any arms. It does not infringe on any of that. However, would you agree that although it doesn't infringe on anyone's Second Amendment right, it does infringe on everyone's rights for local control and to have a local voice, correct? Would you agree?
Yes, I would 100% agree with that.
Thank you, and I appreciate your amendment. I think it's a good amendment. Thank you.
Members, and I ask you to stay with me on the amendment. This is not necessary at this time. Not at this time, not at this place. You do not want to take away control from your local communities the same way you don't want the federal government coming down and taking away our control as a state. And I ask that we strike this bill, move on, and do legislation that is impactful to citizens of Texas now. And let's protect the local control and the communities that we all serve day in and day out. I move passage.
The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac in opposition to the amendment.
Members, don't California my Texas. Please vote no.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
If the gentlelady would yield for a question.
Gentlelady yield for a question.
I yield for questions.
Thank you, Representative. So there's a lot of times that not just cities, but the state mandates that we have auto insurance. And in my experience with even homeowners insurance, insurance companies love to charge premiums, but never pay the claims. And so what I'd like you to do is work with me next session on just abolishing all requirements for insurance in the state of Texas to put out all these thieves that take our money but don't pay our claims.
That's funny.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson Harris to close on the amendment.
I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Mr. Johnson Harris sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Johnson Harris voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting nay. Ms. Swanson voting nay. Ms. Isaac voting nay. Ms. Harris of Williamson voting nay. Show Ms. Orr voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 56 ayes, 88 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson Harris to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, since we're not going to be able to protect local control, let's protect at least our children. And this bill, this amendment simply says for a firearm owner who is under the age of 21. And the reason why I bring this age up is because when you have children, and we all understand sometimes our children are a little more irresponsible, 18 and below, 19 and below. Insurance for their cars a lot higher because of their irresponsibility, because the insurance industry understands that. And we saw in Uvalde where an 18-year-old young man walked into a school and killed 19 children and 2 teachers. And the very least that we can do as a state is to demonstrate that we care about those families, because we legislate when there is a problem. When there is a problem in this state, we step up as legislators and as Texans to solve the problem. There are children dying. The number one cause of death for children in this state is by guns, not fentanyl. But yet we have placed so much emphasis and money in trying to stop fentanyl, but we're not stopping the number one killer. And we as a state can do better. It is our time and our responsibility to step up and to legislate what a problem is.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Give me 1 second. We need to legislate what the problem is, not what a potential problem could be, but what the problem is. Children are dying, and we need to protect them. And stop with this partisan BS, because we're not doing anything. We're hurting every Texan when we don't legislate properly, because you're blowing me off because I don't have an R by my name. It is time to legislate. Children have died in this state. And you guys are sitting here joking and playing and thinking this is a joke. This is not a joke. This is real. Children every day are dying. And we said we got to protect guns, but we haven't done a thing to protect children. At some point, put aside your partisan stuff and legislate properly. And if you want to legislate for your community, legislate for your community. But don't come legislate in my community, because I know what my community needs. I would never go to your community and tell you what's best for you. But I'm going to tell you what's best for my constituents, because I talk to them every single day. I had to sit there and watch those families cry their eyes out because they lost their children. The only way they can identify their children was by the clothing that they know they put on that morning.
Mr. Johnson, please confine your remarks to the amendment at hand.
I yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Johnson, what your amendment would do is limit the applicability of this bill to those over 21, because we know in the state of Texas that we allow that it is legal for someone between the ages of 18 and 21 to purchase even an assault-style weapon in this state. And as you referenced, in fact, unspeakable tragedy occurred about a year ago in Uvalde. And so what your amendment would do, am I correct, is to say, okay, fine with this bill, but for under 21, those are different circumstances. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Because under 21, at 18 years old, we know that they're still kids. I've got a son who's going to be 18 this summer. So he today had 2 AP tests, big deal tests today for his future college career. I came home after the floor late last night. I needed a snack. It was like 11 p.m. and I wanted a piece of fruit. And I went to the fruit bowl, and what I found was the last orange had been covered in melted wax. That's what my son did, who's going to be 18 this summer. Do you know why he did that?
I try not to think how 18
He did it because he's a kid.
That's right.
He's a kid with no business possessing an assault-style weapon next year or any time in the near future. He's still a kid. And the law may see him as legal for some purposes, but not all purposes. And for this purpose, we know the vast majority of members, the vast majority of Texans know.
Statistics and psychologists all across this country have identified mental illness, mental isolation has become a problem with people under the age of 21. And the problem has been oftentimes those children don't know how to speak or talk it out, and they know how to react. They anger quick. And that's why the Bible
Mr.
says,
Johnson,
when I was a
Ms.
child,
Hinojosa,
I
please
spoke as a
confine your
child.
remarks to the
I thought as
amendment
a
before
child.
us.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Will the
Yes.
gentleman yield? He'll yield.
Thank you, Representative Johnson, and I wholeheartedly agree with you in your passion as you reference the children of Uvalde. Your amendment extending, making the provisions applicable, could you explain a little more about your amendment?
It's just simply anybody under the age of 21, if in fact a city decides that they may want to legislate at some point, that this bill would simply say that they can legislate how they seem fit for under age of 21 if in fact they need to. That it doesn't preclude or stop anyone from owning a gun. It just simply says. But I will give you this statistic. Since we keep talking about California, California spent over $992 million paying out for gun deaths and for people who got shot. Those cities had to pay. Mm-hmm. And so if something happens in one of our cities, that the taxpayers of that city will have to pay, not the state of Texas. If something happens in Meadville or I don't know, some of these other cities, Palestine, if something happened in some of these small cities where someone gets shot, that city is going to have to pay. That city will pay. Not the state of Texas, but what we have decided to do up here right now with this bill is to say, no. We're not going to take responsibility. We're going to put it on the cities, but we're going to take away your ability to legislate yourself, to govern yourself. So that's what this is. And so if in fact some city did want to protect itself because there was a proliferation of more gun violence in their particular city and they wanted to protect the citizens, then they could. But unfortunately, what we're trying to do right now is stop cities from protecting their own selves. But there is no city trying to do that right now, but we're going to take away that option.
Well, and we did hear the author saying it's not even applicable to Texas, but should it be possibly in the future, maybe, we want to do this now and silence the 30 million people in Texas. Were you aware that my daughter is a teacher? Have I
Yes.
shared that with you? And a few weeks ago, my daughter is in Dallas. She's actually in Representative Bryant's district. They had a lockdown because they thought there was an active shooter on campus. Have I shared this story with you?
No.
My daughter called me crying about 30 minutes, an hour later. My daughter's 31. She called me crying saying, "Mom, I couldn't fit."
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman extend his time?
Ms. Ramos? Ms. Ramos, this requires permission of the House. Is there objection? There is objection. Members, the motion occurs on the extension of time. Vote aye, vote no.
Record vote.
Division vote. Record vote has been requested. A record vote was granted. This is on the motion to extend time. Show Representative Leach voting no. Representative Swanson voting no. Representative Johnson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 80 nays and 61 ayes, the motion fails.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac in opposition to the amendment.
Members, please vote no on this amendment.
Mr. Johnson of Harris to close.
Move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Members vote aye, vote no. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Leach voting no, Representative Isaac voting no, Representative Swanson voting no, Representative Hull, Representative Johnson voting aye, Representative Hull voting no, Representative Manuel voting no. Have all members voted? There being 85 nays and 58 ayes, the motion fails, the amendment fails. The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson of Harris to speak against the bill.
Members, it can get emotional up here sometimes, and I'm not going to apologize for my emotion because that's why I was brought to this house to do, is to be emotional and to work as hard as I can and give as much as I can to my constituents. And as much as I can help you and your city, I will do my best. But I will never, ever infringe upon your rights as a legislator. I would never silence your voice, because the same way that we want to protect our Second Amendment rights is the same way I want to protect my First. And your Second Amendment right to own that gun does not trump my ability to live and to allow others to live. I'm not here for pass legislation based on a bumper sticker slogan. I'm not treading on anybody. I want to protect Texas. I want Texas to be as strong as it can. But I don't think that we should be legislating for cities that did not ask us to legislate. I really hope that you guys think long and hard. If you pick up your phone right now and ask any mayor, and it's not just about this bill. It's not about just this bill. This is an ugly precedent that we are starting. This is potentially about anything. And if that's the case, if we're going to start being the end-all, be-all and providing all rules and all laws, then we may as well start telling all mayors and city council and county commissioners, go away because we got you. We're going to take care of your city. We're going to take care of your county. We're going to take care of your school. You are rendering your city councils and your mayors ineffective and moot. And I'm asking you, just simply allow them to have a voice to legislate for their constituents. You cannot legislate from South Texas to Houston. You can't legislate from West Texas to Houston or to Dallas. And you would be upset if someone tried. I'm asking you not to vote your party. I'm asking you to vote your district, because that's what I hear over and over again. Vote your district. Your district includes your mayor, your city council, your county commissioners. That's your district. You need to make sure you take them under consideration when you're about to pass a bill that tells them they no longer have the authority to make decisions on the best interest of their constituents. I ask that you don't worry about a scorecard, you don't worry about how this bill is going to impact you, because you're not voting against guns. If, in fact, in California, it is already said that that bill is not going to stop anyone from owning a gun. The same way insurance doesn't stop you from owning a car or anything. We have insurance on everything just simply to protect. We are trying to protect not only families, but we're trying to protect the economics of these cities that are having to pay astronomical amounts of money. But again, I don't even want to get into the insurance part because there's no city doing it. This is simply about local control, and I'm starting to see over and over and over and over again, the tyranny that you have all feared is actually what you have become. The tyranny that you say that you don't want people doing to you or us as a state, you are actually doing it to the smaller cities that don't have the power or the authority. I ask that you vote what is right and not what is partisan.
The chair recognizes Representative Ramos to speak in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. As I was sharing with you all what this bill would do for a community like mine, my daughter's community, as a teacher, having active shooter, not drills, but really thinking and believing because there was somebody in the community that was armed and putting the children at risk. My daughter calls me a couple of hours after this is finalized, and she called me crying. She's a seasoned teacher. She's been teaching for about 6 years. She called me crying. She said, "Mom, I couldn't fit the 25 kids in the closet. I didn't know what to do. I let one of my baby girls go to the bathroom. And I didn't know where she was at or if she would run into the active shooter. I didn't know what to do." And I know some members are laughing. It's funny to them, but it's not funny to my daughter, to those students who were traumatizing. She mentioned to me that the third grade students, they all armed themselves. They all got their scissors. These little ones, 8, 9 years old, got their scissors to protect themselves if the shooter came in. That's what these third graders are thinking. Another group of kids started writing their names on Post-its.
Ms. Ramos, I would ask you please confine your remarks to the bill.
On Post-its so their bodies could be identified. What this bill does, and I encourage everybody in the audience, don't California my Texas, don't take away my guns. Please take out your phones, Google Texas, HB 3137. Read that bill. You must read because what you're being told is not the truth. Read the bill. The bill says nothing about gun ownership. This bill says nothing about taking away your guns. We are responsible gun owners in my home. This bill says nothing about that. This bill simply says, what this bill does is deny you the decision in your community to choose whether you want the gun owners to have liability insurance or not so that you can protect your children. Because if this bill passes, another massacre like that in Uvalde, it would deny those families any type of compensation from the perpetrator. This bill would deny any community of the 30 million Texans that we have in over the 1,200 cities, including yours, for making the decisions locally, implementing local control, and making decisions what is right for you and your community. This bill strips that away and says you have no voice. It has nothing to do with your gun ownership, nothing at all. It just says you have no voice to protect your constituents, your community members, in giving them protections through liability insurance. That's what this bill is about. I encourage you all members to be truthful in talking to your constituents. This has nothing to do with gun ownership. It has everything to do with protections for your community. I encourage everyone to vote against this bill.
The chair recognizes Representative Isaac to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I call a point of order. Yes, I am.
State your point of order.
The caption, Mr. Speaker, HB 3137 under Article 3, Section 35, on the grounds that the caption is incorrect. The caption relates to prohibited local regulation with respect to a firearm or
Ms.
air
Jones,
gun.
please bring your point of order down
Okay.
front. The point of order is withdrawn. Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask the author questions, please.
Let me recognize her.
Thank you.
Bill recognizes Representative Isaac to close on her bill.
Mr.
Representative Dutton, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, for questions.
She yields for questions.
All right, thank you. As I understand the bill, the basic Hello? Okay. I'm sorry. But as I read the bill and I heard your conversation, a discussion about the bill, is it true that the Second Amendment is what underlies the basis for your bill?
I believe this is an infringement on our Second Amendment rights, and I also believe it creates an illegal gun registry.
Well, that's, I guess I'm really not quite sure I understand you. But is the basis for the bill the Second Amendment?
To protect our Second Amendment, yes.
That's really, and your bill doesn't do any more, any less than what the Second Amendment prescribes.
It infringes upon our right. It makes it harder to have a gun. If you put something in between your ability to buy a firearm, that is infringing upon our right. So if you require someone to buy insurance, you're making it harder for someone to exercise their Second Amendment right.
And that's what I'm trying to understand, that your bill assumes that the Second Amendment is what provides the security for what you're trying to do.
Correct.
Is that right? I'm just trying to understand it. Because my next question, though, is if that's true, a law that contravenes the Second Amendment, or any amendment for that matter, is either void or voidable. Would you agree with that?
Well, it's being done right now in the United States of America.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
This is being done right now in another state. And this bill is to prevent that, a preemption.
And your argument, though, in the bill is that that is in contravention to the Second Amendment.
It infringes on our Second Amendment.
Okay, and so, again, I just, so that I understand, the whole basis for the bill is the protection provided by the Second Amendment.
To protect that right for everyone, even people who may not be able to afford insurance.
Well, I guess, I'm not sure, you're probably answering it, I probably don't understand it, but what you're doing with the bill is going from the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. You're not expanding the protections, you're not limiting the protections, you're just assuming that it, Second Amendment provides the protections
I'm
that
protecting
you're talking about. Yes.
our Second Amendment
Okay.
right.
And what leads me to try to understand more is a city can't, like a state couldn't do anything that was in contravention of the Second Amendment or the First Amendment or any amendment for that
They don't
matter.
have the right, but they're doing it.
Okay, and has it been challenged on the basis that it's a violation of one of those constitutional rights?
It's happening in California right now.
Okay, and I'm not sure what you mean by it's happening. What's happening in California?
They're requiring people who have firearms to have insurance on their firearms.
Oh, and I see, and you think that is in contravention to the Second Amendment?
It prevents some people from being able to exercise their Second Amendment right because they can't afford it.
And the bill...
And it also creates an illegal gun registry.
Okay, and all of those things that you're naming are in contravention to the Second Amendment.
I don't understand your question. Say that again.
Well, I'm trying to understand if you're describing things that I believe the bill suggests, and you did too also, that they're in contravention of a person's Second Amendment right. And if I understand the bill and what you said is that your bill is not expanding any of the rights under the Second Amendment, nor is it the bill limiting any rights under the Second Amendment. If I
Yeah, you
understand
said
it
that a minute
correctly.
ago. We're protecting our Second Amendment.
Okay, but
I don't
I
understand.
understand the protection, but I'm trying to figure out whether there's a I guess that's called conversing with your counsel.
I don't understand your question. I asked her, do you understand what he's asking me? Because I don't understand
I'm
what
not
you're
sure I
trying to say.
understand. Let me see if I can ask it this way. The Second Amendment provides certain rights to gun ownership, is that correct?
The right to carry and bear arms, yes.
Yeah, and so it provides a certain right. And that right that a person has, the bill that you have is not expanding those rights. Is that correct?
I'm going to say it for the fourth time, I think now. It's protecting our Second Amendment right. And I was just told that Senate Bill 413, Senator Gutierrez is carrying a bill right now to require insurance on firearms, right here in the Texas Senate.
I know, but you keep saying protecting it, and I'm not sure if that answers my question or not, because my question is...
If you can't afford insurance, then you can't afford, in San Jose, California, you would not be able to have a firearm.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm trying to be sure that falls within the context of your bill and also the Second Amendment, because my question is whether or not your bill
It doesn't expand.
expand the rights
No.
in the Second
It
Amendment.
protects the rights.
It doesn't limit the rights in the
It
Second
doesn't
Amendment.
limit, doesn't expand, it protects.
Okay. So it relies essentially on the premise of the Second Amendment in terms of the protections that you're trying to afford all of us.
I'm sorry, I'm distracted. Say that last sentence again.
Your bill is designed to just bring more light to the Second Amendment. Let me see if I can say it that way. Maybe you'll understand what I'm saying. That it's not adding any more light to it. It's not darkening it. It's just illuminating it, make it the Second Amendment, as we in the law profession say sometimes, make it come alive to everybody. Is that what the bill does?
Well, evidently, Senator Gutierrez wants to demand that if you have a firearm,
Mr.
you have
Gutierrez.
insurance. So
I
right
thought it was
now,
your bill.
right now, this is happening in the Senate, so I'm preventing that from happening here in Texas.
I'm sorry. I'm not understanding.
Protecting
Hold on.
people who cannot afford insurance to be able to exercise their Second Amendment right.
Does Mr. Gutierrez have something to do with this bill?
I've been asked, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Well, this is
okay.
why.
I'm sorry. You're
You know,
trying to
it's
answer
been done in
that.
California, and I didn't know it was being done right here in Texas, but evidently they're trying to do it right here. Someone is trying to do this right here in Texas.
Well, can a state pass a bill that contravenes any of the constitutional amendments?
No, the state will not infringe upon our constitutional rights.
And the state can't do that, and a city couldn't do that either, right?
A city is a subdivision of the state. No, they
And
cannot.
so the city would be limited in its response to the Second Amendment, to what's in the Second Amendment, I suppose.
Yes, they cannot infringe either.
Right. And so that would almost appear as if, since your bill is not expanding those rights and it's not limiting those rights, it would raise the question of whether this bill has any effect at all.
This bill is protecting our Second Amendment right.
I think I heard you the third time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I move passage.
Of course.
The lady's time has expired. Members, the question occurs on final passage of HB 3137. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Swanson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 58 nays, HB 3137 is finally passed.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Morales, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all comments regarding HB 3137 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4246. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4246 by order relating to the delivery of certain unclaimed money for scholarships for rural students, rural economic development, and energy efficiency assistance.
The chair recognizes Representative Orr to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chair and members. This is the bill we passed yesterday to fund energy efficiency initiatives, economic development, and scholarships for rural students through our cooperatives. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4246. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 2 nays, House Bill 4246 passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2133. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2133 by Timish relating to authorizing certain political subdivisions to change the date on which the general election for officers is held.
The chair recognizes Ms. Timish to explain the bill.
This sets city elections to May. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2133. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Timish voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes and 23 nays, House Bill 2133 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4779. The clerk will read the bell.
HB 4779 by Bojani relating to the prosecution of the criminal offense of organized retail theft.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill clarifies the definition of organized retail theft. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4779. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Dr. Bojani voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 106 ayes and 35 nays, House Bill 4779 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3377. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3377 by Jones of Dallas relating to HIV and AIDS tests.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we voted on yesterday to help improve HIV testing in the state of Texas. I just wanted to thank the joint authors for the bipartisan support on this bill, Representative Oliverson, Representative Tony Rose, Representative Jean Wu, and also Representative Anderson for their support. And as a person living with HIV, I thank you all. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of House Bill 3377. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Alderson voting aye. Representative Jones voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes and 40 nays, House Bill 3377 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1401. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1401 by Zaffarini relating to the rights of victims of sexual assault and to certain procedures and reimbursements occurring with respect to a sexual assault or other sex offense.
The chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
This is Senator Zaffarini's bill that deals with the rights of victims of sex assault. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1401. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 1401 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde for a motion.
All right, members, listen up. This is for members of the House Natural Resources Committee. Mr. Speaker, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Natural Resources to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Natural Resources will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2193. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2193 by Lamontia relating to the operation and financing of the federally qualified health center primary care access program to provide primary care access to persons in the state.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill just creates a pilot program in which uninsured or underinsured employees can access direct primary care through their employers at an FQHC. The employee, the employer, and the state each pay a share of the monthly fee, and it should increase access to high-quality primary care. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2193. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 2193 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1286. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1286 by Schwertner relating to prompt payment deadlines for health benefit plan claims affected by a catastrophic event.
The chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
Members, this is Senator Schwertner's bill that is part of a TDI recommendation to update the statute dealing with health benefit plans and how long you have to file during a catastrophic event. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1286. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 1286 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2069. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2069 by Bettencourt relating to the required posting of signs regarding human trafficking penalties by certain schools.
Chair recognizes Representative Schaefer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill removes some administrative burden on our schools. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2069. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Schaefer voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Representative Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes and 53 nays, Senate Bill 2069 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2085. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2085 by Whitmire relating to a grant program for crime victims notification systems.
The chair recognizes Representative Martinez Fisher to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Representative Wallace's bill. It's creating a grant program for law enforcement agency for technology services. Move final passage.
The question occurs on Senate Bill 2085. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Martinez Fisher voting aye. Representative Guerra voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 18 nays, Senate Bill 2085 is finally passed. The chair recognizes Representative Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence to meet while the House is in session today at 3 p.m. in room 1W.14 of the Agriculture Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence will meet today at 3 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on State Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 3 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on State Affairs will meet today at 3 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1210. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1210 by Blanco relating to the designation of a person who has an interest in the geothermal resources of an orphaned oil or gas well as the operator of that well.
The chair recognizes Representative Guerra to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is from yesterday that permits geothermal energy production entities to adopt orphaned oil and gas wells. Mr. Speaker, I move for passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1210. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Guerra voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 1210 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1021. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1021 by Nichols related to the handling of bids on certain contracts for highway projects.
Chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we heard yesterday. It is not a slippery slope. The camel's nose is not under the tent. It has guardrails, belts, and suspenders. And it's a simple bill, real easy, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1021. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 1021 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1023. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1023 by Nichols relating to the establishment and posting of the maximum loads permitted on certain bridges.
The chair recognizes a very dapperly dressed Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you for your excellent taste, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is relating to the handling of bids on certain contracts for highway projects of the Department of Transportation, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1023. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show record of Representative Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 1023 is finally passed. Here you go, Sam. The chair lays out House Bill 3548 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3548 by Anchia relating to increasing the criminal penalty for assault of certain hospital personnel.
The chair recognizes Representative Harless to explain for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3548 until 9 a.m. Saturday.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4692. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1839. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1839 by Hinojosa, relating to the offense of selling or purchasing shark fins or products containing shark fin.
The chair recognizes Representative Morrison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 1839 relates to the offense of selling or purchasing shark fins. Concerns have been raised by game wardens and local prosecutors who have run into difficulty successfully prosecuting shark fin-related crimes due to the current statutory language. So the bill will address many of those concerns. If you would like for me to list them, I'll gladly do that. Being clear and direct, identifying prohibited actions to the sale and purchase, providing clear requirements, and so I will move, and Ms. T says move passage. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage of Senate Bill 1839 to third reading. Is there any objection? Chair has none. So ordered. Please excuse Mr. Herrero because of important business on a motion of Mr. Martinez Fisher. Is there any objection? Chair has none. So ordered. Representative Morrison moves to lay out House Bill 4692 on the table, subject to the call. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4287. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1866. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1866 by Nichols, into the use of customer-sided distributed generation facilities owned by certain non-ERCOT electric utilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1866 allows a utility outside ERCOT and within the Southeastern Electric Reliability Council to own and operate natural gas backup generation on a host of customers like hospitals, cities, colleges, and first responders with approval from the PUC. SB 1866 will make it simple and affordable to have the best backup power generation available in the market. I move passage.
The question occurs on Senate Bill 1866. Is there any objection? Chair has none. So Senate Bill 1866 is passed to third reading. Representative Metcalf moves to lay House Bill 4287 on the table subject to call. Is there any objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1915. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 604. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 604 by King, relating to land services performed by landman.
The chair recognizes Representative Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just a bill that relates to the definition of a landman and kind of lines all the rules up. Move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to third reading of Senate Bill 604. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The chair recognizes Representative Hefner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1915 until 9 a.m. Saturday.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair, none, so ordered. Representative Hefner moves to lay House Bill 1915 on the table subject to call the chair. Is any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 4091 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
By A. Johnson of Harris, relating to the mental health needs of a minor and the managing conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Most of us are aware of CPS issues with kids, CWAP, kids without a placement. I want to thank the University of Texas for agreeing to participate in doing a pilot program which will extend hospital-based mental health treatment specifically trying to address this population. This pilot program is modeled after the successful subacute treatment program that we've used for adults. I also want to thank Representative Lacey Hull, who has been working with me on what I think is a very important amendment. We'll move passage after we accept that amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just adds some court oversight, limits it to adolescents, and provides an annual report. It's acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Ms. Hull sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the amendment? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Harris to close on the bill.
Thank you. I move passage.
Members, a record vote has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Representative Garcia voting aye. Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 93 ayes and 45 nays, House Bill 4091 passes third reading. It's passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 2794 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2794 by Lujan, relating to the appointment of a guardian ad litem in certain suits filed by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Representative Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2794 allows certain CASA programs to use their funding to support appointments on all child welfare cases, including court-ordered services cases. I do have a clarifying amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lujan.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is a technical cleanup and clarifies that parental rights are retained. It is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Lujan sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the amendment? The chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Lujan to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 2794. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed. The ayes have it. House Bill 2794 is passed to engrossment.
The chair lays out HB 5066 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk read the bill.
HB 5066 by Guerin, relating to the criteria for determining the electric need for certain transmission projects.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 5066 would require ERCOT and the PUC and utilities to plan the grid more proactively based on information utilities have about load growth in their area.
Mr. Cassell, for what purpose?
Will the member yield for a few questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I'll be happy to.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Guerin. Although the main campus of Texas A&M is located in Representative Rundy's district, I hope we can agree that A&M system is a key priority of the state in technology, education, and research, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware that through Texas A&M University System, the state of Texas has made substantial investment in new research campus known as the Rellis campus? Whoop. And
Yes, sir.
as well, the Rellis campus is in the process of recruiting key public and private defense and technology industries to locate on the new research campus. But we have a problem. The local utility is unable to serve a significant amount of the new load on the new Rellis campus due to the remote location on the transmission network and unreasonable limitations on transmission capacity. In fact, we just can't build transmission quickly enough to interconnect these new customers in a timely manner. Is it the intent of your bill that customers like the Rellis campus on the Texas A&M University System and its local utility will receive relief under this provision of your bill?
Absolutely, Mr. Cassell.
Thank you, Representative Guerin.
Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing on engrossment HB 5066. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 5066 passed on engrossment. Members, a quick announcement. The chair welcomes our visitors in the gallery today and advises our guests that the rules of the House strictly prohibit demonstrations or outbursts in the gallery. If there are demonstrations or outbursts of opposition or support in the gallery, the chair will order the Sergeant at Arms to clear the gallery under the House's constitutional authority to prevent obstruction of its proceedings. The chair lays out on second reading SB 14. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 14 by Campbell relating to prohibitions on the provision to certain children of procedures and treatments for gender transitioning, gender reassignment, or gender dysphoria, and on the use of public money or public assistance to provide those procedures and treatment.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Committee Substitute Senate Bill 14 under Rule 4, Section 12, and Article 3, Section 16 of the Texas Constitution on the grounds that the May 2nd formal meeting of the Public Health Committee was not an open meeting.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Whoops. Senate Bill 14 is a child protection act aimed at ensuring we defend Texas kids from harmful medical experimentation.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 14 under Rule 8, Section 1A, on the ground that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 14 prohibits healthcare providers from performing procedures
Mr. Speaker?
and providing treatments.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 14 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 on the grounds of the bill analysis is materially misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Click for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit SB 14 to the Committee on Public Health.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection, chair hears on this order. The chair recognizes Ms. Click for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Public Health to meet while the House is in session today at 5 p.m. in room E2010 to consider pending and referred in committee business.
Members heard the motion. Objection, chair hears none. So ordered. The following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
On public health, we'll meet today at 5 p.m. in room E2.010 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Elections to meet while the House is in session today at 4:30 p.m. in room 1W.14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending and referred in committee business.
Members heard the motion. Objecting, chair hears none. So ordered. The following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Elections will meet today at 4:30 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Public Education to public hearing on Tuesday, May 9th at 8 a.m. in room E2036 to consider HB 5181 by Hinojosa relating to a standard and set of indicators in the academic accountability system.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Members, we're going back on the calendar. The chair lays out on second reading, HB 102. The clerk read the bill.
HB 102 by Thompson of Harris relating to the recovery of exemplary damages based on a compensable death under the Texas Workers' Compensation Act.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill 102 that allows persons who died without a spouse or children to be able to add their family and their steps and their adopted children. I move passage.
The question occurs in passage of engrossment. HB 102. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 102 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1003. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1003 by Shaheen relating to ineligibility to serve as a poll watcher.
Members, please take your conversation outside the rails. Our guests in the gallery, please refrain from your conversations as we're conducting business. The chair recognizes Mr. Sheen to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1003 seeks to make an individual ineligible to serve as an election poll watcher if the individual has been convicted of a first or second degree. Move passage.
The question occurs in passing the engrossment of HB 1003. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Mr. Turner voting nay. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Garcia voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 51 nays. HB 1003 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4416. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4416 by Goldman relating to regulation of auctioneers to the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill for auctioneers. I move passage.
The question occurs. The question occurs passed in engrossment. HB 4416. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4416 passed in engrossment. Is Mr. Canales on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on second reading HB 4337. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4337 by Canales relating to the definition of a governmental record.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that was brought to us as a concern from the Department of Public Safety over commercial driver's licenses that were being fraudulently issued, and I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Canales.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just some cleanup language, and I move adoption.
Mr. Canales sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs in passing the engrossment to HB 4337. This is a record vote. The clerk, this is a, pardon me. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4337 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4856. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4856 by Darby relating to the use of recycled fuel oil and gas and waste.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4856 seeks to provide clarity that the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality has jurisdiction over the regulation and permitting of aquifer recharge projects that utilize fluid oil and gas waste, or more commonly referred to as produced water. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs in passing the engrossment HB 4856. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4856 passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading. Pardon me. The next bill on the calendar is HB 3878. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1577. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1577 by Menendez relating to the Texas Real Estate Research Center, the Real Estate Research Advisory Committee, the Texas Real Estate Commission, and the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1577 revises outdated terms and procedures. Move passage.
The question occurs in passage of third reading of SB 1577. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1577 is passed in third reading. Mr. King of Hemphill moves to lay House Bill 3878 on the table, subject to call to objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2951. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2951 by Buckley relating to the establishment of a service dog pilot program for certain veterans.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2951 creates a 4-year pilot program at Texas Veterans Commission to allow qualified nonprofit organizations to provide veterans with highly trained service dogs, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Buckley.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment simply perfects the legislation, and I move adoption.
Dr. Buckley said the amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment HB 2951. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2951 is passed the engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2821. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1373. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1373 by Hughes relating to the decedent's estate and the delivery of certain notices or other communications in connection with those estates or multiple party accounts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill modernizes the method of service in estate cases, and there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Timish.
The chair recognizes Ms. Timish to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment simplifies the requirement found in Senate Bill 1373 for when a person convicted of a felony is able to serve as an executor. This amendment is acceptable to the author. I ask for favorable support and move adoption.
Ms. Timish says on the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment, third reading of SB 1373. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1373 is passed to engrossment. Third reading. Mr. Smithy moved to lay House Bill 2821 on the table, subject to call to objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2767. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2767 by Click, relating to the sharing of controlled substance prescription monitoring and information between the Texas State Board of Pharmacy and the Health and Human Services Commission for the state Medicaid program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Members, this HB 2767 is an agency cleanup bill to allow Medicaid to access the prescription monitoring program to complete reporting requirements in state and federal rules and statute. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment. HB 2767. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2767 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1301. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1301 by Guerin, relating to the duty of an appraisal review board to determine a motion or protest filed by a property owner and the right of the owner to appeal the board's determination.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1301 will make certain that property owner who timely files a protest and complies with the timely payment requirements is entitled to have the ARB issue an order which is appealable to and reviewable by the district court. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment. HB 1301. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 0 nays. HB 1301 is passed in engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 4:45 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, to consider a calendar.
Members of the motion, objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today at 4:45 in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 920. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 294. The clerk read the bill.
SB 294 by Johnson, relating to the use of medication designated for treatment of respiratory distress on public and private school campuses.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Members, this allows albuterol and levoalbuterol and other designated medication for respiratory distress to be stocked in school districts, charters, private school campuses, as well as higher education campuses. Is similar to what we do with epinephrine. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 294. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 294 is passed with third reading. Ms. Click moves to lay House Bill 920 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1152. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1152 by Voe, relating to hiring and licensing certain veterans as peace officers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Voe to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1152 seeks to grant our honorably discharged veterans who are currently lawful permanent residents the opportunity to become peace officers. And I have one amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Vo.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vo to explain the amendment.
Members, this is a perfecting amendment to match the Senate companion. What it does is it must provide evidence that the individual is in the process of obtaining citizenship and cannot hold a supervisory position. Move adoption.
Mr. Vo has an amendment. The amendment is accepted. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Vo to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment. HB 1152. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1152 is passed in engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1511. The Senate companions are over and eligible. The chair lays out on the second reading SB 818. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 818 by Alvarado relating to the disposition of real property interests by navigation districts and port authorities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Perez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 818 clarifies, updates, and improves statutes related to navigation districts and port authorities that involve the sales, exchanges, and leases of their real property or interest in real property. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 818. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 818 is passed the third reading. Ms. Perez moved to lay House Bill 1511 on the table subject to call. If objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 351. The clerk read the bill.
HB 351 by Bell Montgomery relating to the provision of workers' compensation insurance and group accident and health insurance together in a package plan.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell Montgomery to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just allows a provider of workers' comp and a provider of health insurance to offer a package and provide any savings to the consumer. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment HB 351. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell Montgomery voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 95 ayes and 40 nays, HB 351 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3657. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3657 by Anchia relating to notaries public creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill. For a motion. Chair recognizes Mr. Harless for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3657 until 9 a.m. Saturday.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair has none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1740. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1740 by Leach relating to waivers for entrance fees to state parks for resident first responders, military service members, and veterans.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, our great state is home to 89 beautiful state parks, and this bill will appropriately so provide free entry to these state parks for active military, Gold Star families, and veterans, regardless of their service-related disability rating. Members, this is already done on the federal level for all active military, Gold Star families, and veterans for entrance to our national parks. And here in Texas, we typically distance ourselves, and rightfully so, from things that Washington, D.C. does, but in this case, they've gotten it right. And so, members, with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment HB 1740. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1740 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1857. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1857 by Guillen relating to the duration of court-ordered treatment for a person with a chemical dependency.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this sets a minimum duration of days for individuals undergoing court-ordered drug treatment programs unless the treating physician determines that the individual no longer requires treatment. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 1857. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1857 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1916. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1916 by Holland, relating to county approval for improvement projects of certain conservation and reclamation districts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a local bill that will allow for county approval for certain districts, and I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Holland.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the amendment.
This amendment is going to change the bill just a little bit, but we have an amendment after it that will be acceptable. So I'm going to accept this amendment, and there's an amendment after this one as well. Excuse me. I believe we have an amendment to the amendment.
The amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bella Montgomery.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I greatly appreciate my good friend, Chairman Holland, working to make sure that the language in this bill is what we had talked about in committee, and I believe it is acceptable to the author. Move passage.
Mr. Bella Montgomery sends an amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to close on the amendment as amended.
Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Is there the objection to adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 1916. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Mr. Holland voting aye. Mr. Bella Montgomery voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 5 nays, HB 1916 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1956. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1956 by Guerin, relating to the award of attorney's fees to a prevailing property owner in a judicial appeal of certain ad valorem tax determinations.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1956 would allow a reasonable amount of attorney's fees to be recovered by a homeowner who successfully challenges their home appraisal and appeal with the ARB order determining their administrative protest. And I have a great helper here who wants to move passage.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1956. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Guerin voting aye. Ms. Harris Williamson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 2 nays, HB 1956 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2084. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2084 by Landgraf, relating to the punishment for the criminal offense of racing on highway, increasing the criminal penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2084 increases the penalty for certain fatalities associated with street racing. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2084. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Have all members voted? So Mr. Darby voting aye. There being 140 ayes and 4 nays, HB 2084 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2262. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2262 by Darby, relating to gas utility alternative gas expenses and infrastructure investments.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2262 seeks to allow local gas utilities to supplement their current portfolio of gas delivered for residential and commercial use with alternative fuels, and I have one amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment clarifies that this legislation applies to alternative gas being used only on the local distribution company system, and that those gases are for delivery only to the company's customers. Move adoption.
Mr. Darby's amendment. The amendment is acceptably authored. The objection to the opposite amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recommends Mr. Darby to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment. HB 2262. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2262 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out a second reading. HB 2402. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2402 by Moody relating to the eligibility of certain at-risk developments to receive low-income housing tax credits.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill changes the definition of at-risk to include two federal housing programs. This is about revitalizing our neighborhoods and improving living conditions for some of our lowest income Texans. And at the same time, it's going to help developers maintain profitability on these very projects. So it's a win-win for everybody involved. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment. HB 2402. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 77 ayes and 66 nays, HB 2402 is passed through engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2606. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading. SB 1500. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1500 by Nichols relating to powers and duties of navigation districts and the Board of Trustees of Municipal Port Facilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill is on behalf of the Texas Ports Association to update Chapter 60 and 62 to help us move more efficiently, cost-effectively, and consistent with inflation with respect to the ports, and I've got an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Canales.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is some transparency language that was requested by the industry and move adoption. It's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Canales sends out an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment. Question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1500. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1500 is passed the third reading. Mr. Canales moved to lead House Bill 2606 on the table subject to call. If objection, the chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2493. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2493 by Capriglione relating to maintenance and production of electronic public information under the Public Information Law.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2493 makes clear that if government information is maintained in a searchable, sortable format, it needs to be provided in that format in a public information request. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2493. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2493 is passed through engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2146. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading. SB 699. The clerk read the bill.
SB 699 by Eckhart relating to the continuation of a healthcare provider participation program by certain hospital district.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is my local LPPF plan. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 699. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 699 is passed to third reading. Ms. Howard moves to lay House Bill 2146 on the table subject to call. If the objection, chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3033. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3033 by Landgraf relating to Attorney General decisions under the Public Information Law.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3033 improves and increases some of the transparency provisions in the Texas Public Information Act. I believe we have a couple of amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Canales.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this basically defines what business days are, and it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Canales sends out an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is agreed to language regarding vexatious requesters. It takes certain enforcement protocols within our law today and codifies them in a way to make sure people don't abuse the process, and it's acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Moody sends out an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. Chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recommends Mr. Landgraf to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 3033. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3033 is passed through engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2956. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2956 by Shine, relating to municipal annexation of an area adjacent to a contiguous or connecting railroad right-of-way.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shine to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 2956 allows cities to honor the request for voluntary annexation from property owners whose land is contiguous with city boundaries separated by railway right-of-way. I have one friendly amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Shine.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shine to explain the amendment.
What the amendment does is clarify that each owner of the area agrees to the annexation to the municipality. It's all voluntary. Move passage.
Mr. Shine sends out an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Shine to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2956. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Shine voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes, 27 nays, HB 2956 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2879. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2879 by Alverson, relating to venue and certain actions involving a contract for an improvement to real property.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2879 prevents a Texas contractor who bids on and performs work on a local Texas construction job from being forced to litigate any issue arising on the job in an out-of-state jurisdiction. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2879. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2879 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3046. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3046 by Cassell, relating to the omission of a deceased candidate from the ballot in certain elections.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cassell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill comes from a very good constituent that I inherited from Mr. Ashby here. This bill simply allows the authority responsible for preparing a ballot in a small town the option to omit deceased candidates from the ballot at any point. It also is required to be publicly noticed in the local circulated newspaper. It is also this constituent, Deborah's, birthday today. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 3046. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Cassell voting aye. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes, 4 nays, HB 3046 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3104. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3104 by Anderson, relating to the temporary exemption of certain tangible personal property related to certain connected data centers projects from sales and use taxes.
The chair recognizes Dr. Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3104 modernizes an existing program for large data centers in the state, allowing new design standards to enhance cybersecurity and resilience. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 3104. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes and 19 nays, HB 3104 is passed the engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3350. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1322. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1322 by Menendez, relating to the purchase and sale of vintage distilled spirits by the holder of a package store permit or local distributor's permit.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1322 relating to the purchase and sale of vintage distilled spirits by the holder of a package store permit. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of the third reading of SB 1322. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1322 is passed to third reading. Mr. Holland moves to lay House Bill 3350 on the table, subject to call. If objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3374. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3374 by Button relating to requirements for a qualified business participating in the Enterprise Zone program during a certain period.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaker, members, during the height of the pandemic, in order to comply with stay-at-home orders, many businesses allowed employees to work from home. As a result, designated Enterprise Zone projects were not able to comply with the statutory requirement that employees perform at least 50% of their service on-site, even though they maintain their workforce. HB 3374 provides a temporary waiver of the on-site employee requirement for a project with a designation period that includes the COVID-19 relief period, so employers are now penalized for complying with the pandemic orders. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 3374. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3374 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out HB 3843. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3843 by Wilson relating to a study and report by the Texas Department of Transportation regarding toll project entities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3843 until 9 a.m. Saturday.
Members of the motion, objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4185. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4185 by Bales relating to a pilot program to award grants for personalized treatment protocols for veterans diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bills to explain the bill.
Speaker, members, House Bill 4185 seeks to establish a landmark pilot program for combat veterans who are diagnosed with PTSD, TBI for personalized treatment protocol designed to reduce neuroinflammation.
Will the gentleman yield, Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Bales, will you yield for questions? He does yield for questions.
Thank you. Is it fair to say that when I contacted you about this bill, I was a little concerned about it at first, right?
Yes, sir.
And after you told me about it, I have a lot of friends that in the military that have committed suicide. I have a TBA myself, and I was pretty excited about this bill. Is it true that what they do is they take your blood, they look at the chemicals and all the things in your blood, and then they give you some things, injectables, to help you level all of your chemicals in your body?
That's correct. They take a very personalized approach, unlike the approach that the VA typically takes. They actually do your blood work, check for biomarkers, and address that internally to help you produce the chemicals that better keep you healthy so you can wean yourself off of the medications rather than being on those the rest of your life.
And I'll tell you, having gotten out of the military, I've watched a lot of friends and myself deal with them just issuing and giving narcotics and opioids, and it's not very helpful. Do you think that this will truly reduce suicide amongst veterans?
You know what? The numbers thus far have showed greater than a 75% improvement for participants I think it shows a lot of promise and look forward to getting this program going to help those veterans that need our help the most.
I will tell you that I support this emotionally. I support this absolutely. And I want to say thank you on behalf of my peers and myself for bringing this forward.
Mr. Tendrell, I appreciate that. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 4185. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Sure, Mr. Bell is voting aye. Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Mr. Lopez voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, HB 4185 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 233. The clerk read the bill.
HB 233 by Murr relating to inter-service training on identifying abuse, neglect, and illegal, unprofessional, and unethical conduct in certain healthcare facilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill clarifies the initial training hours for employees for an inpatient mental health facility, treatment facility, or hospital that provides comprehensive medical rehabilitation services that will remain at 8 hours, but that continuous yearly in-service or distance learning training is reduced to 4 hours. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 233. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 233 is passed the engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 712. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on the second reading SB 271. The clerk read the bill.
SB 271 by Johnson relating to state agency and local government security incident procedures.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 271 will give Texas the ability to track patterns of cyber attacks on our state and help determine if other Texas entities are at risk. The bill requires local governments to report cyber attacks to DIR, and this is a recommendation from the Texas Cybersecurity Council. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 271. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 271 is passed to third reading. Mr. Shaheen moves and lay House Bill 712 on the table, subject to call to the objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1654. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1654 by Cook relating to the eligibility of a child for a determinate sentence for engaging in delinquent conduct that constitutes certain organized criminal activity.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, the purpose of House Bill 1654 is to deter gang activity and crimes against people. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1654. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 95 ayes and 46 nays, HB 1654 is passed the engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1675. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1484. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1484 by Creighton relating to a border operations training program for peace officers employed by local law enforcement agencies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1484 provides law enforcement the opportunity to receive border operations training and assist DPS with its efforts on the border. I do believe there are some amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. The bill as it comes to us on the floor has a number of things that have to be included in the training program, looking at criminal activity, understanding drug trafficking and other trafficking issues that happen in along the border, understanding cartels and transnational gangs, trying to identify certain types of activity. So giving those tools available to those folks going through this training, what this amendment would do is add to that training an understanding of some other important critical components that come into play when working on these issues, and that's international human rights law, federal immigration law, and that includes asylum procedures that are relevant to the processes that are going on in and along the border. If we're going to train folks on these issues, we should make sure that we have a holistic approach to the way that they're being trained, that they have the understanding of these very complex areas of law as well.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman Moody, as you know, as a representative from the border, then people are coming to the United States. Sometimes they have complex history, stories, a lot of them seeking asylum. Do you think that, I appreciate your amendment because it ensures that if we're going to provide training, that we also provide holistic training. When you hear about people coming to the United States, what are some of the stories and the reasons for your amendment?
Well, this is an issue, obviously, that you and I live on a daily basis in El Paso, and so it is a complex one, and it's one that needs multiple lanes of conversation and communication. Is there nefarious activity going on in along the border relating to drug trafficking and human trafficking? Absolutely. We've engaged heavily in discussions about how to kind of deal with that. At the same time, we also know that there's safe legal trade, and we also know that there are people coming to this country for different reasons and have different legal claims as they go through that process. There's also just general principles, the federal immigration law, that would be helpful for folks to know when they're going to engage in these types of border operations. So giving someone all the tools, also going to help you avoid litigation in case you violate somebody's rights. So, the difficulty that law enforcement has, and this is what this bill is about, is law enforcement training, is they're always going to be held to a pretty high standard when it comes to whether they respected someone's rights, right? That interaction with law enforcement and individual is highly litigated. And so want to make sure that they have these training tools available as well, because the stories at the border are various and can be very complex and are maybe not as black and white as some people would make them out to be.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman Moody did come talk to me. We thought we were going to have a little bit longer of a debate today, and so I did not have a chance to see this amendment until just about 3 minutes ago. This bill, the objectives of the training program is an eight-hour course, peace officer response training for use of force objectives, anti-human smuggling and trafficking objectives, criminal mischief, criminal trespass, helping with our situation down at the border, and giving DPS a little bit more assistance with local law enforcement agencies. It's completely voluntary, and the agencies would be using their force to help with DPS at the border. So I am going to oppose this amendment. We believe that the training it's an 8-hour training program. I can respect what Mr. Moody's objective is,
Mr.
but I will
Speaker?
be opposing.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll yield.
He does yield for questions.
Hi, Representative Holland. Just out of curiosity, how far do you live from the border?
I live in Rockwall County, Texas, near Dallas.
For those of us who live on the border, we get to live it every single day. And I think what Chairman Moody's amendment does is ensure that we aren't just looking at the supports that maybe some communities want to offer and not have them prepared, because we are the ones who have to experience the aftermath when folks come to the border and try to support border initiatives. I think that what he's asking for is reasonable, to make sure that we don't
disturb anybody's rights, citizens and non-citizens, so that we can make sure that we are holistically approaching the situation. Can you explain why you wouldn't want to ensure that we were not hurting people's rights, both citizens and non-citizens?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Gonzalez. I feel very confident that both TCOL and DPS in their developing of the curriculum for the coursework will follow the law, follow human rights. They will follow human dignity, and they will teach this class in a way that you would be proud of, and I don't think we need to tell them that on this amendment.
I mean, I love TCOL. I fund them in my budget articles, and I appreciate all of our law enforcement officers, but you do outline things like anti-smuggling, etc. So why would it be harmful to list one more thing if you want to ensure that we are doing this?
I haven't seen the amendment. It has some language in it that I'm not sure exists in statute, in Texas statute. I'm going to oppose the amendment. I really appreciate your back and forth commentary, though.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Canales, for a purpose.
If the gentleman will yield.
The gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
He does
Thank
yield.
you. Thank you, Representative Holland. This is actually a bill that furthers and actually helps law enforcement collaborate and make sure that they're all working in sync. Is that what you're trying to do here?
Yes, sir. Chairman Canales, we have our DPS stretched all throughout the state. At many times, people are pulled off of their posts on the highways up in the areas where I do live, and they're sent to the border. I have, in fact, DPS officers that live in my neighborhood that go down to the Del Rio area for 3 weeks at a time or four weeks at a time and come back. This will allow to take the strain off of DPS a little bit, to allow some of our officers in sheriff's departments and municipal police forces to have extra training towards their TCOL certifications to help with that down in the border region.
And just for the record, and I agree with you because, as the chair of the Transportation Committee, we've got members from all over that have asked for their sheriff's department and their constables to have commercial vehicle inspection, because most of our Department of Public Safety right now, as we speak, are on the Rio Grande border conducting safety inspections, and we're all for that. But either we need to beef up DPS's budget so that they can cover the rest of the state if they're going to dedicate these troopers down to the valley, which is not a bad thing, but we can't leave parts of your state or everybody's districts without troopers, because what we're seeing is an increase in accidents. We're seeing an increase in lack of inspections, and that's what you're trying to do here, right?
Yes, sir, Chairman. That's precisely my point, and thank you for your support of the bill.
And so and just to cover this up, you believe in enforcing the rule of law.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so we've got immigration law, and so when you're saying they're going to work collaboratively, you would hope, and for legislative intent, that when they work collaboratively under the rule of law, they're going to teach them what the rule of law is with respect to federal immigration or what the people they're working with. Wouldn't you assume?
Yes, sir.
And you also believe in rights and the laws regarding human rights, I would imagine.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you would assume with me for legislative intent that they're going to learn, hopefully under your legislation, that when they work collaboratively, that they're going to learn about human rights laws as well when that happens. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you for your answers. I appreciate
you. Chairman Canales.
Ms. Ortega, for what purpose?
Will the representative yield for a few more questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
For my classmate.
He yields.
Thank you. And looking at the bill, it seems to me that the whole purpose of this training is actually to learn more about the border, about the various laws, and to assist with any law enforcement agency, which I see it's written out on this bill. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am, you're correct.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
Yes, you're correct.
And then it also says, it indicates in the bill itself that it's also supposed to be assisting with, say, with Border Patrol agents, anybody that is actually guarding the border in order for it to be more effective.
The intent of the bill is to establish and administer a border operations training program for peace officers employed by local law enforcement agencies that will prepare the officers to collaborate and assist with law enforcement agencies in the interdiction, investigation, and prosecution of criminal activity in the Texas-Mexico border region.
And would that include U.S. Border Patrol agents, since they are considered enforcement?
By nature of the law enforcement relationships at the border, Texas DPS does cooperate with Immigration's Customs Enforcement as well as Border Patrol in their day-to-day operations.
All right, and Chairman Moody's amendment basically is asking for three things, and that is for them, part of the training to include human rights type of training. Is there anything wrong with including that as part of the training since they're going to be dealing with people?
Well, you may not have heard the exchange between Chairman Canales and I, but we believe that the curriculum that will be developed in collaboration with Department of Public Safety and TCOL will be more than sufficient to cover the subject of this amendment, and I will oppose the amendment.
And well, does the subject of your amendment include finding out and learning about federal immigration laws, which would be very important if you're going to be trying to enforce any activity along the border?
This is Chairman Moody's amendment, ma'am, not mine. And like I said, I just saw it right before I laid the bill out. So,
well, I understand that, and I recognize that sometimes it's difficult when you don't see something until the last minute. But I guess my question is a little bit simple. If you are dealing with border issues, as we deal with day to day, since I come from a border community, wouldn't you want to know if you're trying to enforce any kind of laws, any type of procedure, wouldn't you want someone to be familiar with the federal immigration laws that might come into play when you're acting and playing in this role?
I believe the spirit of the amendment will already be covered in the trainings program.
So do you think they are going to be trained in federal immigration laws?
They'll be trained by DPS on border operations.
But that's different from federal law. So I guess you're telling me that you're not sure whether they are.
I'm not advised to the specifics of your question, but the bill directs DPS and TCOL to develop a program to allow local law enforcement agencies along the border to assist with DPS in patrolling those areas.
All right, there's one more item that the chairman is asking in this amendment and is being familiar with asylum procedures. Do you know whether or not the training is going to include that?
The training will be developed after the passage of this bill in collaboration with TCOL and DPS.
Okay, so is it something that this type of training, that what he's requesting could be included in the training?
For legislative intent purposes, and like I said, Chairman Canales and I had a good exchange before you came up that was pretty similar, I think, to what you're getting at. And I do think that DPS is listening, TCOL's listening, and I have a lot of trust and faith in our DPS and our police officers, as well as TCOL, in developing both the licensing and education requirements for our peace officers and protecting our state. We're very proud. I would agree. Are you proud of our DPS in Texas?
I'm not saying that I don't have any trust or that I don't have any faith. I'm just saying that when you give them additional instruction, that it's helpful. And that's all this amendment is doing, is saying that some of this should be included in their training. And I sure hope that you're not against it and that it is
Gentleman's
included.
time's expired.
Thank you for your opinion.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I talked to Mr. Holland before I came up here. Obviously, thought we'd have a little bit more time to discuss this on the floor as well. So not trying to rush this, not trying to get up over the top of someone on this. It's just pretty straightforward, and it's important that we recognize what we're doing here. Right? This is local law enforcement. This isn't DPS that's been involved in border operations. It's not the feds. These are local law enforcement folks that are going to be working alongside those others on border operations and the training program we put in place for them, right? So what is it that we want them to know? And I, certainly have no objection to, to saying positive things about TCOL or DPS and their training, and that's great. And agencies, agencies will come up with training programs all the time. We direct them to do it all the time. This is our opportunity, though, as Mr. Holland said, this is our opportunity to, when this bill passes, is what does the training need to include? It may shock you to find out that sometimes, You ask agencies to do something, and they don't actually do it. I don't know if anyone's ever had that experience as a member of the legislature, but I know I have. So this is our opportunity to really kind of shape the training and still give them, give them latitude on how to actually implement it. But these are important principles, legal principles, that anyone dealing with folks at the border should know or have some working knowledge of, because their actions are going to be litigated if they violate these, right? So let's prepare folks better. Let's save folks from unnecessary litigation. When you arm them with facts, when you give them knowledge, and we shape the training program here as a legislative body before we hand this off to the agency, we can do this in a more complete way. It's what the amendment does. I certainly respect my colleague, Mr. Holland, and in his opposition to this, but this is just attempting to make sure that our education protocols for the folks that are in these very complex and difficult situations have all the information that they need to be able to do their job within the confines of the law. And I move adoption.
Mr. Moody sent an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Sure. Mr. Moody voting aye. Mr. Holland voting nay. Mr. Wu voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 59 ayes and 85 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Niave Criado.
The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment specifically deals with if we're going to be having training to ensure that includes the provision of services to victims of trafficking, that can include human trafficking, sex trafficking. It's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Niave Criado, this is an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a very simple amendment that you can see on your screen. Because of the nature of this work, we're asking that the members who will be trained in this area under this bill be trained in the issues of racial profiling, discrimination based on race, ethnicity, national origin, or immigration status, and also that this type of action be prohibited. This reflects what federal agents, hired ICE agents and other officers at the border are required to be trained on in their 20-week basic training course. The course that they have to attend includes training on examination of immigration law, firearms trainings, multicultural communication, and specifically the avoidance of racial profiling. This is a simple restriction, a simple requirement that would help make sure that what we're doing on the border and anywhere else in Texas is according to the existing law. And I hope it's acceptable to the author.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose this amendment. I encourage you to vote no.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm asking you to vote yes on an amendment to prohibit racial profiling and racial discrimination. I urge you to vote yes.
Mr. Wu sent the amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair has record vote has been requested by Mr. Wu. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Wu voting aye, Mr. Holland voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 61 ayes, 81 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engross. The question occurs on passage to a third reading of SB 1484. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Holland voting aye. Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 92 ayes,
I'm just
53
making a
nays. The SB 1484 is passed third reading. Mr. Wood, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce the writing, the exchange on Senate Bill 1484 be reduced to writing, placed in the journal for the purposes of
Members heard the motion.
legislative intent and litigation.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. Mr. Holland moves to lay House Bill 1675 on the table, subject to call. His objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 77. The clerk read the bill.
HB 77 by Nyave Kurata relating to status offenses committed by a child, including the repeal of the status offense of a child voluntarily running away from home.
The chair recognizes Ms. Nyave Kurata to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this legislation attempts to address trying to prevent further incarceration of youth. It repeals a status offense of running away from home. A status offense is an offense that's considered a violation only if the person committing the act is a minor. We want them to be connected with community-based services rather than incarcerated for running away. Move passage.
The question occurs to pass the engrossment. HB 77. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 77 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1649. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1649 by Button relating to health benefit coverage for certain fertility preservation services under certain health benefit plans.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this year, an estimated 7,800 Texans between the age of 15 to 39 will be diagnosed with cancer. Of those Texans, roughly 60% will struggle with infertility as a result of necessary life-saving treatment. While insurance companies cover other medically necessary procedures that aim to alleviate the side effect of cancer treatment, fertility preservation is often not covered. HB 1649 will allow cancer patients to rest in the knowledge that even though their diagnosis is life-threatening, but it will not prevent them from pursuing the life they've been dreaming of prior to their cancer diagnosis. And I want to pay special thanks to my joint authors, Chairman Clerk, Chairman Collier, and Representative Harris, especially Representative Collier. Where are you now? Well, I guess she just stepped. Yeah, please join me. And she shared her very, very touching personal stories about as a breast cancer survivor in the hearing. And I also want to especially thank my husband, Mr. Darcy Button, who allowed me to share his serious prostate cancer story during the hearing. So, move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 1649. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye, Ms. Harrison voting aye, Mr. Harrison voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes and 23 nays, HB 1649 is passed the engrossment. The following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Environmental Regulation will meet today upon final recess at desk 42 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 3981. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3981 by Paul relating to clarification of any fire marshals of a city, town, or village who are licensed peace officers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3981 will simply allow fire marshals, inspectors, or investigators who hold peace officers' license and work in incorporated cities be on the list of peace officers in the Code of Criminal Procedure. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 3981. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3981 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1926. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1926 by Hull relating to the expiration date of the Supplemental Special Education Services Program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply repeals the statutory expiration of the Supplemental Special Education Services Program, and we have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In House Bill 1, we appropriated $93 million for this strategy. Current statute limits the appropriation to $30 million a year, so this amendment would allow the appropriation to be set in the General Appropriations Act and brings the current law into alignment with our current plan for this strategy. Move adoption.
Dr. Bonin sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptably offered. The objection to adoption amendment. Chair has none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Hold to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs in passing the engrossment HB 1926. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hold voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes and 40 nays, HB 1926 is passed through engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5277. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5277 by Busey, relating to public access to criminal proceedings.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 5277 until 12:30 p.m. Saturday.
Members heard the motion to objection. Chair has on ordered. Is Mr. Jatan on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on second reading HB 2675. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2675 by Jatan, relating to the deposit of funds into court registries by the clerks of justice courts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2675 until 9 a.m. Saturday.
The question occurs on, the question occurs on adoption of the motion. The objecting chair has done so ordered. Mr. Rainey, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move to reduce the verbiage between Representative Cassell and Representative Gehring earlier today and put it in writing and put it in the journal.
Members have heard the motion. The objection chair has done so ordered. Mr. Cassell, Mr. Rainey. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4702. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4702 by Campos, relating to peer support specialists for individuals with intellectual or developmental disability and peer services for those individuals under Medicaid living outside of state-supported living centers.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill establishes a stakeholder work group to assist in the implementation of peer support services for and by people with IDD. People with IDD live with severe chronic conditions that are due to mental and/or physical impairments. The peer-to-peer services that we envision will help these individuals with their mobility, learning, speech, self-help, and independent living. I move passage.
The question occurs in passing the engrossment of HB 4702. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Chair Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 102 ayes and 38 nays, HB 4702 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4477. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4477 by Landgraf relating to the scheduling of universities' interscholastic league competitions.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4477 allows more flexibility for scheduling within the UIL calendar. I move passage.
The question occurs in passing the engrossment of HB 4477. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes and 40 nays, HB 4477 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3501. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3501 by Timish relating to required human trafficking prevention training and disclosure of certain information about human trafficking by tattoo and body piercing studios.
The chair recognizes Ms. Timish to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 3501 would require employees of tattoo studios as well as body piercing studios to complete a training course on identifying and assisting victims of human trafficking. This bill idea originated from the Human Trafficking Prevention Task Force last year. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Timish.
The chair recognizes Ms. Timish to explain the amendment.
This amendment simply states that tattoo or body piercing studios should post a sign as required by Section 402.0351 of the Government Code. Move adoption.
Ms. Timish, Senate amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author of the objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears on the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Timish to close on the bill.
I'd like to thank my joint authors, Sophronia Thompson, Ann Johnson, Stephanie Click, and Lacey Hull for supporting this bill. Members, please join me in supporting this bill. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 3501. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Timish voting aye. Show Ms. Rosenthal voting aye. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 130 ayes and 12 nays. HB 3501 is passed the engrossment. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial resolution. The chair recognizes Mr. Frazier for a motion.
Speaker, members, make a motion to suspend all rules.
Members, please take your seats. You've heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
HR 1502 by Frazier in memory of Captain Jamie Bull Graham of the McKinney Fire Department.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frazier to explain the resolution.
Members, we had a firefighter killed the other day in McKinney, Texas. Jamie Graham, 27 years on that department. his son is also on that department. And I'm going to read a few things of where, his life and the dedication, his life of service for us in McKinney, and his family's life of dedication and service at McKinney. I'll read this resolution real quick. Whereas the life of the admired public servant drew to a close with the passing of Captain Jamie Graham of McKinney Fire Department on May 4th, 2023, at the age of 50. Affectionately known as Bull, Jamie Graham was born July 14, 1972. He joined the McKinney Fire Department on April 26 of 1999. And over the course of his 24 years, the agency arose through the ranks and became a captain, and also served as a part-time fire instructor at Collin College Fire Academy, where he rescue specialist with the Texas Task Force 2 in Urban Search and Rescue. Moreover, he was a member of the Technical Rescue Committee, Texas Commission of Fire Protection. Whereas Captain Graham held a number of credentials from the Texas Commission and the Fire Protection, including Master Firefighter, Fire Instructor, Hazardous Materials Technician certifications. He further distinguished himself by earning technical rescue certifications in such a specialized area as structurally collapsed, swift water rescue, rope rescue, confined space. Whereas in endeavors, Captain Graham enjoyed the love and support of his wife, Trish, took great pride with his sons, Jordan, Justin, and Jet, and Randall. During his leisure hours, he loved snowboarding and traveling with his family, and whereas he admired leadership, integrity, kindness, Jamie Graham Bull devoted himself to protecting his fellow citizens and improving his community. He leaves behind a record of service that is loved, and his loved ones can remember him with pride, and now, therefore, be it. Resolved that the House of Representatives on the 88th Legislative hereby pay tribute to the Memorial Captain Jamie Graham Bull and extend a sincere condolence to all who mourn his passing to be future. Resolved that the official copy of this resolution be prepared for his family, and that when in Texas House of Representatives adjourns this day, so will be the remembering of Captain Graham, that we call Bull. Thank you, members.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Mr. Hall, I move that all members' names of the resolution and objection chair has done so ordered. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on General Investigating will meet today at 6:30 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider committee business.
Members, before you leave, we have a local calendar and regular calendar tomorrow. Speaker Pro Tem Guerin will convene the House promptly at 9 a.m. The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today is Cinco de Mayo, a date that commemorates Mexico's May 5th, 1862 victory over France in the Battle of Puebla. On this day, over 160 years ago, Mexican President Benito Juarez left General Ignacio Seguin Zaragoza, a Texas native, to defend the city of Puebla from French invasion. In 1861, when President Juarez suspended the nation's foreign debt payments, Napoleon III responded by sending 5,000 elite French troops to invade Mexico in an attempt to make it part of a French colony. Of those fighting on the Mexican side at the Battle of Puebla, 500 were Tejanos. The victory was unexpected since at that time European forces were perceived to be more powerful. But for this reason, the victory of Mexico inspired national pride and became an important symbol of national patriotism in Mexico and Mexican American culture. It also gave the French and the rest of the world an idea of our national character, one that had been misunderstood and underestimated. Mr. Speaker, and members, we thank you for your time and wish you a feliz Cinco de Mayo.
Mexico.
The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral to committee. Without objection, the clerk will read the Senate bills by bill number and author only.
SB 252 by Alvarado to the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety. SB 629 by Menendez to Public Education. SB 887 by Zaffirini to Land and Resource Management. SB 1370 by Paxton to Transportation. SB 1677 by Perry to Corrections. SB 1850 by Flores to Agriculture and Livestock. SB 2037 by Betancourt to Land and Resource Management. SB 2599 by Betancourt to Land and Resource Management. SB 2600 by Betancourt to Land and Resource Management.
Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. Mr. Guerin moves that the House recess until 9 a.m. Saturday. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands recessed.